Tonight, we're going to be talking about a lot of different topics that's very important. And ain't nobody saying what I'm about to say right now when it comes to these particular topics. And that is about lab-bred humans, transhumans, and non-player characters. This is an important conversation because what I'm finding out is that a lot of people in the so-called conscious community, they still have the idea of Neanderthals and cavemen. And I want to ask everyone in the chat room, it's a question that may seem off topic, but it's very much so on topic. Do you subscribe to the idea that we may live in a simulation? If you subscribe to the idea that we may live in a simulation, type out the word simulation in the chat right now. If you don't, just put I don't. So either put simulation or I don't. I want to see how many of us wear all different versions of. If you subscribe to the idea that the reality around us, and when I say simulation, let me clarify what I mean. What I mean is that the world we in is intelligently designed by something higher than us, smarter than us, for purposes we may not know about now, but will be revealed to us in due time. Some Truman Show type stuff. Boom, boom, boom. And if you don't subscribe to that, you can call in. And if you do, you can call in. That'll be one of the things that I allow all of the callers to come in and just, you can come in and come right out, or however you want to do it, and say, well, Sanchez, I feel we in a simulation because da 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 da. Or Sanchez, I don't think we in a simulation because da 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 da. The lines are open for you all. And like I said, I'm posting the link here to the lines early. It's going to be a community show, but mainly I'm going to be really pouring out a lot of deep information off the top of the dome, man. I'm going to give y'all a download, no script, no nothing. What I need y'all to do is if at any point you get an aha moment or a question or something like that, call in. You know, I'm going to let people on and off as I give you the download. So this is very important. When I ask the question, do you believe or do you subscribe to the idea of a simulation? Because we can really narrow this whole little debate. We can narrow it down. If you don't think the earth is simulated, and let me give you the definition of simulation according to them, right? Because I don't necessarily go by their definition, and I'm not saying you should. You may have your own little definition. You know, Merriam-Webster ain't an authority on how we define words, but just for a general understanding, I want to go to the definition, the actual definition, because I don't think we'll be too far off from that. Let me flip my joint. I'm gonna be over here with the chat room actually, and I can zoom and make myself bigger. There we go. Actually, I can make myself bigger than that. Wait a minute, y'all. I can crop this a little. We can get that big on them. All right, so people, check this out. A simulation is the imitation of a real world process or system over time. Stop right there. That's it. That's it. We can go further and say it used mathematics and all that, but I'm going to sum it up for you. The simulation in a nutshell is that the earth we're living in is a false representation of a higher realm that is really the truth. Now, if you saying we don't live in a simulation, guess what you're saying? The world we live in is the true world. Ain't nothing else after this and ain't none before it. Well, Sanchez, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we don't live in a simulation, but there is life after death. You can't do them both. You can't. If you say there's life after death, then you just subscribe to the simulation theory. Because if you can prove there's any reality beyond this reality, that means that this particular reality isn't the end all be all, which it would have to be if it's not a simulation. A simulation is simple. It's saying that Earth may not be the only Earth. There may be several copies or imitations, and that there's a real one somewhere, right? Heaven, I'm giving you my theory right now. Heaven is the base reality. It is Eden. It is a world where predator and prey don't exist. Predator and prey only exist within the simulation. The rules don't allow for this kind of system we see here in heaven, or the base reality, which is the true realm. The true realm, which is the real earth. So the concept of heaven and hell in the beginning was dealing with the fake world and the real world. The world around us is not our true manifestation, meaning the body. We have a soul, and that soul don't exist in the physical world. It exists in some realm beyond this one. Whatever that is, it's more truer or more realer than this world. And if that's true, then guess what that says? The world we in is just like a shadow, a reflection of something greater that the ancients and many others call Agartha, heaven, paradise, the Illyrium, what they call them, the Elysium, some different words, Valhalla. So Plato called it the Platonic realm. Right? There's many names for it. But what all heaven is, it is the real earth. It is the best version of earth. And it was the original earth that we was in before we fell to this one in consciousness. This is important to know before we get deep, because I'm going to talk about a lot of stuff that tie together in a way you haven't heard this stuff. So right off the bat, we need to start understanding something very important. You're not really woke for real if you ain't really hip to the understanding that there is no other explanations for reality other than a simulation. You want to know why the world's so messed up? Because it is an imitation of a very advanced world that we once had, an earth that passed away. And this new earth is what you're born into. You haven't experienced the real world. Just like Neo born in the Matrix, we're born in an earth that is an imitation of a real world, plain and simple. And this is why in the Bible it say when Adam and Eve fell down from Eden, they start to now experience death because they fell into the meat package, the body. They created avatars in the lower realm, in the simulation. The simulation, just like any video game, like when you play a video game, right? The video game is imitating real life. Just look at the definition of simulation, because we don't want to overcomplicate it. A lot of people say, I don't think we're in a simulation. And I'd be like, you probably don't even know what a simulation is, man. It's nothing deep. If I ask a person, do they think that there's a world beyond this world that's better than this world, that's realer than this world, that's lighter than this world, like what the Egyptians said? They would say, oh yeah, man, I believe in some form of heaven. I believe in some form of a better earth that's way better than this hellhole, Sanchez. So guess what you're saying? This better earth is basically the realer earth. And you're trying to escape the world of imitation. You calling it a hellhole, But all of the problems we face in this world is based upon the flaws of it being imitation, being a simulation. Now, let me share something with you real quick. No saint thought that here's the thing before I get to the saints. Let's talk about the simulation. I want to crawl in, walk. The thing about the world we live in, right? It can't get better. You can't save it. A lot of the Buddhists and the monks and the righteous souls that came through here, they didn't even try to save it. Who the hell you think you is, man? Every guru that walked through this earth, we're talking about some very advanced, wise sages that then came through this earth, and they didn't even attempt to save it. You know what they taught about the earth? You ain't at home, so why would I try to clean up somebody else's house if them people like they shit dirty? I'm not at home. And if I'm living in they dirty house and they don't want me cleaning it, I can either leave they damn dirty house or stay in it saying, well, it ain't mine. And the reason I'm bringing that up is this. When you try to save this world, it's like you trying to clean up the devil's house, and the devil like his house dirty. And that's why all the gurus here never tried to clean up the devil's house. They know he just gonna put the trash down. He's a pig. And we're gonna discuss what the devil is in a minute, because it ain't what you think. I don't believe in a red dragon. Check this out. We're gonna go slow and we're gonna break this down because I'm gonna be thorough. I'm gonna give you a good download. The world around us is evil and wicked, and it's been that way ever since it's been known. Now, people may say, Sanchez, but there was a time during the time of Eden where when the world wasn't evil. Guess what? That ain't the same earth. There are many earths. There are earths, right, that are being born out of this earth like a cell splitting. It's creating parallel realities, like a snake shedding skin. Each of these skins can be revisited. Time is not a line. Every time the earth recreates itself, the last earth and the new earth coexist together. The past, present, and future all exist at the same time, and they contradict each other because in the future, you're dying, and in the past, you're being born. So there's a parallel earth where you're just being born right now. And there's a parallel earth where you're dying. And this paradox, paradox is what creates paradise. You see how the words sound the same? Because the two cancel each other out, making us immortal. Now, how does that work, Sanchez? What it means, this paradox means every time something bad happened in one universe, something good happened in its polar opposite universe. And every time something good happened in this universe, something bad happened in its polar opposite universe. This is the nature of the multiverse. And what splits the polarity of these two universes is the earth plane. Heaven, hell, earth in the middle, creating polarity. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because the paradox, what keeps us being an infinite being, means because this is a law in the universe, every time you die in one world, you're being born again in another one. This is a continuum that we can't escape because we have a soul that can shift through these universes, and the soul is bound to a universal law. The law works on our behalf, giving us immortality and giving all of the lesser beings that we're about to talk about condemnation. And that'll be the transhumans, NPCs, and that's it. Transhumans and NPCs. So like I was saying, we can't die because of a law that's in place in the universe, but that same law works against them. So That means that how this law works, though, it means that for every polarizing world, the opposite thing is happening in that other world that's in polarity to it. This is how you get heaven and hell, with good stuff happening up there and bad stuff happening down there. How come good stuff can't happen right here and bad stuff happen right here? Why one gotta be up and one down? Because the law of polarity have to manifest these opposite actions in opposite locations. Bad down, up good. And the location, meaning that everything above the earth plane are parallel realities where you're living out your best possibilities. Everything below the earth is parallel realities where you living out your worst possibilities. The lower you go, the worse they get. The higher you go, the better they get. This is how the universe is made, but this is important to know the nature of the simulation before I start breaking it down and getting into the different beings inside of it. Because one thing we got to know is that the stuff I'm teaching now is ancient knowledge. It's been around, and I'm going to show you how it relates to the Bible and all that. So our world is an imitation of a higher world. We can't die because of the law of polarity, the law of the paradoxical nature of the universe. But because of this paradoxical nature of the universe, if we're gods in heaven, we can't also be gods on earth. It's just the law. So for all of you fallen angels who fell from heaven into this shithole, you can't rule this place. Neo didn't try to rule the Matrix. He just went in there to wake people up, man. You only here to get people out that's ready to be woke up. You ain't here to take it over. It ain't your damn house. You just here to break people out of this house who we see the light within, who got potential to wake up. So thank Neo in the Matrix. Neo didn't go in the Matrix to take it over. As powerful as he was, he knew that's impossible. You can't kill. And it goes into what I'm about to go into next. Humans, us with souls, we weren't always on the earth. We come from a parallel earth where there is no bad. There is no disease. There is no aging process. There is no warfare. We literally come, when people say, well, the earth used to be good, it never was good. We shifted our consciousness to another earth. That's what happened with the fall of man. Where did we fall from? We fell from a higher realm. And the laws are different the higher you go. The laws change. So hear me out. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to smoke. Matter of fact, not only smoke, I'm going to grab me a little old light beer just to relax, get social. I'm going to be here a minute because I got a download that just got to come out of me. I don't go live just to go live because I got a lot of stuff to do on the back end, but I just got to go now because y'all need this. Stand by. Grab me. If you don't mind a content creator that'll smoke a J and have a beer with you, drop a one. I'm just down to earth, man. I'm like y'all. I'm gonna take my time, man, because I don't want to mess the download up. It's a lot that I gotta give you. For example, right? So, like I was saying, we can't rule in this world because it's a law. There have to be somewhere where evil can rule. That's why you get the yin yang. The dark side gotta have its side. That's it, like the dark side, and the light side, the good side, the bad side. The universe is gonna be fair, no matter if you evil as hell or good. The universe is going to give you a location to exist. That's how you get the upper realms and lower realms, and you get these beings that's separated that's separated by the earth realm. So on the earth realm, you got a medley of different beings coexisting, but they all look the same, because when your energy manifests in the earth realm, if you on a particular consciousness, like any human form or intelligence, you come in a body. It's all frequency and cymatics. The human is like a car, a vehicle. Life is like a race. And if you want to participate, you got to get in a car. The car don't tell me what the driver look like. This is deep information, people, because we not finding aliens because they look just like us. They blend in with us, and they've been here before we showed up. So the Bible talk about humans that was on the earth before Adam. These humans wasn't created by God. Only we was created by God. Now, a person may say, well, that's the white folks. You wrong. All races and skin colors got NPCs and light beings in them. The NPCs took over the earth, and they got the humans divided up with racial division. But the first war was man versus mankind. Now it's black versus white. They got the humans exterminating each other in war and civil war, while all of them work together all around the world under the United Nations. And while we killing each other right now, they terraforming the earth. They changing the atmosphere. They changing the water to the point where humans gonna have to become transhumans. So check this out, right? While we distracted with division and hate toward each other, thinking it's the black and white races, is really the human race versus the non-human race. And it's been that way, but the humans forgot. We forgot. Dig this, right? I'm gonna break down to y'all something. Before we showed up in the simulation, we was already in a higher realm. But in that higher realm, we did not know what evil was like. We never was exposed to evil. So we were good, but we wasn't good by choice. We were good by default. Now, I'm trying to answer a question that I know you all gonna ask. How did we fall? Why did we fall? Why would a being that's living in an upper paradise want to even visit this underworld shithole, Sanchez? That's why I say I'm going to take my time and I'm going to answer all the questions. And I know people trying to get on, but give me a minute. So check this out. In the upper realm, we're good. We're good beings, but we didn't choose to be good. Even Plato said good is the default template for man. Everything come from above is good. Everything come from below is bad, basically. We're fallen angels. All we knew up here was good, 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 good. But the problem with that is you didn't consciously choose to be good. In other words, the reason we're in hell right now is so we can make the conscious choice of good. When you're a baby soul, you always, I'm trying to let y'all know, there's no beginning to your soul in Eden. Your beginning started down here. The concept of a beginning, you didn't even know it. You always existed. You don't have a beginning in Eden. But just like an angel in heaven, just like what they teach you about the angel in heavens. Check this out. They said that the angels never been to the earth, and the angels never sin. You know, they're innocent. And humans actually choose to be good. Angels are programmed to be good. But remember, God gave Satan free will, and we saw what happened. But check this out, right? That's just the story. The truth is that the reason we fail is like a seed falling into the ground. All baby souls have this innocent light orb around them. But this is like a seed in a shell casing, right? It hasn't became its highest potential. And to do that, you basically gotta open your shell. That's like open your mind. Your innocence is lost because you see the truth now. You ain't a baby no more. With this knowledge becomes responsibility, like Neo in the Matrix. But the thing is this, you being able to rise up from here is like a seed being able to rise up when you drop it in the ground. Transformation in the dark. Think about this, right? The seed only know the upper realm. The seed never been in the ground in the dark. Check this out, right? The seed don't know it's a tree. Because the darkness that it's in of its shell casing is making it think that it's normal. It's born into this veil, this casing. So it's interacting with the world around it through a casing as a seed, not as a tree. It's in its own darkness, but it don't know that because in its mind, this is normal. But guess what happened when you put the seed in something darker than it? It has contrast and it's able to compare itself. See, when you put the seed in real darkness in the ground and bury the casing, bury it in its own veil, when the seed gets those little sun rays cracking through the ground on its casing, it say what that is. That's the same stuff you was in when you was on the surface, but it was normal. The seed knew sunlight its whole life, but it was in its own darkness in the casing. So it didn't really have no, you can't tell it, listen, what you're experiencing is darkness. Because the seed don't see its casing as a veil, as a barrier that it need to transform beyond. Because it feel like, hey, I'm already on the surface with everybody up here in heaven, but you're up here as a seed. If we put you in the ground and let you transform and you grow back up here as a tree, you will have a totally different experience. It's like me putting a caterpillar on top of a mountaintop. Yes, the caterpillar off the ground, but it ain't off the ground like a butterfly. If the caterpillar spin a cocoon and transform, it'll really see what it's like to dwell in the upper realms without just me sitting it on top of a cloud. It will have an ability to, you see what I'm saying? And that's what we doing here. Somebody set us baby souls is like a caterpillar on top of a mountain, a baby bird in a bird nest. Yeah, baby bird, you up here with mama bird in the tree and she flew up here. But guess what? You was just born up here in the nest. Now, the baby bird don't know that it got to transform until, guess what, it realized, I can't leave a nest. You know why? You got to learn how to fly. So the thing is this right here. The baby bird may fall a couple of times and drop on the ground before it learn to fly. And this is us reincarnating in the body as gods. We may reincarnate and have a few lifetimes before we break the cycle and learn. It's all the same thing. Now that we got that out the way, I'm going to move on because I wanted to answer the question, why we even here? People say we fallen angels. Okay, I'll go with that. We're dropped seeds. You're a dropped seed. No one can bury you when you're a seed. They can just transform you. That's why I told you we can't die. Think about this. Imagine everyone throwing dirt on you and they don't realize, nigga, I'm a seed. You ain't doing nothing but helping me out throwing all that dirt on me, man. That's right. So imagine we've been buried under the ground and we saying, man, this is messed up. We're fallen angels. No, you're a planted seed. Look at it that way. Now watch this, right? Every seed is its own obstacle, breaking through its own casing, working out its own karma. This is very important to know before we get deep into the spooky stuff. We want to know what the earth is and why it was created by advanced spiritual beings. It's basically a futuristic school slash prison where you're basically you're a sleeping baby in heaven right now. You sleep. This is all a dream. But they put you in here so that when you're born in the real world, you've worked out all your karma in a simulation. Now think about this. If we create technology that allow us to upload our consciousness into Earth-like simulations, which we got that, but if we use that technology and implant chips inside of little babies when they born, and the baby, I'll go even further. Let's say we implant the chip in the mother's womb when the baby when it's first starting to be born in the fetus. And while the baby is sleeping for those few months, we're making the baby simulate a false birth in a false earth that's taking the baby multiple lifetimes, but in real time, the baby is still in its mama belly. It ain't even been born yet. This is why you gotta be born again. The prophets was trying to tell us what the earth was. I'm finna get into all that in a minute. So your first births are fake, right? Just like a caterpillar born as a caterpillar, that's a fake birth. Its real birth is when it's born again out of the cocoon as a butterfly, because that's who it really is. The caterpillar was just its baby infant form, but it got to transform and die and be reborn as. And so this second birth is like the universe got this law, right? The law is say the best for last. So if that's the law of the universe and the best incarnations are the truest versions of the self, the most realest experiences, then we live the fake births first and the real ones last. In fact, the Hindu said that once we enter the real earth, it signifies the end of death altogether. Death is nothing but your soul traveling through its false avatars that were created in the underworld. And these underworlds are just a bunch of different copies of the world we fell from. And the beings that run these worlds, they fell from heaven too. But the ones that, let me break this down to y'all, because now that I got all that out the way, I'm segueing into my NPCs and all that. All right. That's right. Like and share the video. We about to get deep. For this, take a sip, light up. We going into the second portion. We finna break down the enemy and the different types. It's gonna be very deep stuff. If you sending in any super chats or donations and I'm missing them, I'm so sorry. That's how it be when I get in this download bag. But soon as I get this download done, I'm finna open. I'm finna acknowledge everybody. I appreciate y'all. Check this out, folks. What I'm saying is this right here, right? We exist, so what was these creatures, these beings, if you will. We created Earth-like simulations, and that signified when we fell from Eden. Eden is the real world. It'll be like right now, right? If I make a computer simulation of Earth that's indistinguishable from the real one, and I upload your consciousness into a false you in that world, and we shift you into it, right? The thing would be like, that's how we fell from Eden. We're technically still in Eden right now, but we're in a mechanism in Eden that's making us not be in our own body that's in Eden. So like, if I make a video game in a computer and I want to upload your consciousness into it, your body will still be here in the real world, but you will be sleeping. So the fall is the fall of sleep. The fall of man that they talk about in the Bible, because the tree of life in the middle of heaven is a big ass tower that we connected to enter the matrix, the simulation. And the moment we was born in this world, we forgot our life and our reality as gods. That's like me telling you right now, hey man, I got a video game and it's just like Earth. You can't tell it no different than Earth, and you can actually walk around in it. You can feel it's indistinguishable from life. It's a simulation. Want to check it out? And if I tell you, listen, we doing an experiment right now, right? We're plugging people into the game and we're starting them off as babies. In other words, they're born into the game. We're not just shifting them into a game like me shifting a grown you with a grown version of you in the game, and you say, hey, I made it in the game, thanks, sir. No, the shift is like, once I shift you into the game, you are a little bitty baby that don't even know you in the game. We're gonna temporarily restrict your memory. We're gonna temporarily restrict your cosmic memory of who you are as God up here, and we're gonna to make the game more realer. That's one of the rules of the game. And the objective of the game is for you to waken back up and remember who you are on your own without us giving you your memory and just zip, giving you your memory back. You rediscovering who you are and what you are on your own. Because think about this, right? What's the purpose of all this? You have these souls in the higher realm, and when these souls are conceived, the default template is just an innocent being of light. But because of that, there is no individuality. So the purpose of us coming here is to find ourselves and to carve out who we are as a unique frequency in the universe. Because we all start off with the exact same frequency, and that's good or God, good, God. That's the default template, which is pure light, and it ain't bad. It ain't good. It is what it is. I am that I am. Because this pure light hasn't experienced duality yet. It can't be good or bad. So even though I'm saying, well, we start off good, it ain't good. Because the thing is, it's just normal. If you're born in the upper realm, you ain't good because you chose to be good. You good for the same reason a caterpillar can't fly. Because it's a baby. It's like you ain't making a choice to crawl on the ground like a butterfly. You crawling on the ground because you're a caterpillar. And that's the thing, like, if you're a butterfly, you can have the choice to either crawl or fly. And as a baby bird in the nest, you don't have the choice to fly. But you don't want to fly if no one puts you on the ground. When the baby is attempting to get back to the nest home, it's got to learn how to fly. The baby may fall on the ground. If it stay there too long, predators come. It know home is safety. That's all I'm saying is, like, this whole process is us gaining an attribute that makes us gods in heaven, not babies in heaven. Because it's no different than a caterpillar on a tree branch. It's among the butterflies, but it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's in the, that's basically how we were as baby souls. I'm trying to show y'all why we even come here. Because it allows us, the universe ain't gonna tell you who to be. The universe gonna let you come into a neutral world, which is what the earth is, because the earth ain't good or bad. It's in the middle of heaven or hell. The universe is saying, I'm putting you in between heaven or hell so that you can choose where you want to be. Because If the universe start everyone off in heaven and just leave them there, then the universe robbing you of free will. You didn't make the choice of whether you want it to be good or bad or who you want it to be. But that's how we start off as babies, as when we begin our journey in the higher realm. We're innocent, pure beings of light, but we have no real individuality. It's like a sperm cell. Everyone's sperm cell looked the same. But when we start to develop as babies and stuff, we start to get individuality. But see, every single human with a soul has a light of conception when they born. You're not just born, you're conceived first, and that's a spark of light that enters, and then it builds a body around that spark of light. That light is your soul. That's the real you. Now check this out. It's witnessing your childbirth and all that. It's just back there chilling, watching you grow old and learn. It's taking all that with it to become a better version. So if you learn nothing, you come back. Knowledge is the power to get us beyond the veil. Now, I got to go into all this because when I get into the enemy, this going to tie in why this is important, because what the people in power, what are they? A lot of people say they some cavemen that come out the Caucasus Mountains. It's white people. No, it's not. It's deeper than that. Let me tell you about the pre-Adamic race. Once you realize that we're in a simulation, and you realize that if we're in a simulation, a caveman ain't gonna be in charge, dummy. We say that cavemen are dumb as hell. They got a club in their damn hand with barefoot, no shoes on, but yet you called a white man a caveman and he took over the world. Y'all like to say that the white man crawled out of a cave with his dumb ass and he conquered all these black nations that were smarter than him, had science, math, engineering. You telling me that some stinking ass Flintstone caveman with a club, yabba yabba doo, defeated people who was molding gold into breastplates, people who was forging swords and making all kind of electromagnetic weapons, and the unk was like a damn stun gun. It can strike you down with energy. We were so advanced. You ask yourself, how the hell did we lose against a primitive beast caveman? It don't make sense. But the boule black people ain't gonna let us move beyond that because their hate and vitriol for white people is keeping us held back. The NPCs, now let's talk about we're talking about the pre-Adamic human race. They come in all colors. They look like all of us. Chinese, black, white. But they don't have souls. You can't identify them just by their skin color. The only way you can identify these beings is by their behavior. And the reason we can't see who they are is because we're acting like them. They able to blend in because think about it. We used to be gods. When these barbarians, because y'all like to think, well, Columbus, Rome invaded and took over the world. That's a lie. The people that invaded these lands and took over the world, they don't have no indigenous land. When you say Rome took over the world, these people don't come from Rome. Our indigenous ancestors created the city of Rome. We were the first Greeks. We were the first Romans. So how are you saying, well, Rome conquered the world? No, dog. People who are cosplaying as ancient empires that they conquered are now taking over in the name of those empires. Now, here's where it comes into play. When you go to any empire on earth, you don't see the people that's running the world today. And they're claiming to be from these places. Even if you go to the oldest forms of civilization in the Caucasus Mountain area, you still can't find these folks. We giving them too much when we give them the Caucasus Mountains. Because I'm going to tell y'all something that no one else going to tell you, and ain't nobody telling you this. These people didn't come out of no caves. They came from up under the ground, from up out of underground cities, underground laboratories. Now, here's where shit get deep, and I mean that literally deep underground, right? Here's where it get deep. Our ancestors had gotten so smart with genetics. We was creating our own weed strands before all the dispensaries today. We was creating our own tomatoes, fruits, bananas. We was mixing genetics together. We was creating entire animals that didn't even exist. And guess what? A lot of our creations were predators. Now, I'm trying to explain something to you. Let me summarize where we at right now. We were gods in Eden. In Eden, there is no predator and prey. Everything is perfect. Everything is good. That's the base reality. We wanted to create our own earth kingdoms and see if we can do it better. That sound familiar, like the devil, right? So guess what? That's how you get all of these parallel earth-like realities. It's us acting out the law of probability, because our ancestors created all of these simulations trying to see if they can make anything close to Eden or other Edens. But what we're finding out is that the best, the greatest, and most perfect form of reality existed in the beginning, and all of the primitive, corrupted forms came later. Now, all of these synthetic earths was created after Eden, but here go the kicker. That's why, as a soul, we start in Eden, but we can't stay there. We gotta go through all these fake earths. Because guess what? There's a version of you in each of these fake earths. And as you go through each version of you, you're gonna judge it. You're gonna say, I don't like this about myself. Well, I do like this about myself. You're gonna extract everything you like about each version of yourself that you reincarnate in, and you're gonna make an ultimate version. And when you get back to heaven, you ain't gonna be the little innocent, non-unique being that failed. It's like saying, I got a handful of seeds, right? And all of these seeds look exactly the same. The only way these seeds gonna start looking different is if I plant them. Every tree gonna look different, but every seed look the same. Every human look different, but every sperm cell look identical. You can't say that's a Chinese sperm or that's a black sperm under a microscope. It's just a cell that looks the same. It's like a little swimming little seahorse. You know, it has no uniqueness. This is what we come to get. Every baby has the same innocent template. When it's in the, you know, the babies start to develop a uniqueness and the individuality while it's developing in the fetal bag. But that's something, I'm telling you, where we come from, even Plato said it, there is no individuality or separation. It's just pure light, innocence. You ain't this, you ain't that. It's just pure light. You carving your light out into a persona is the act of holography. Our light don't have any dimensions. It shines out for infinity. There's nothing to block it. And it's bright, like that's what Polaris is. The only barrier when our light start restricting itself is because we, as benders of light, start to withdraw our light inward, and like Play-Doh, like a ball of Play-Doh, we mold a holographic form of ourselves in this underworld. But that's just an illusion, just like a sandcastle. That's why we can't hold this form forever. Just like a sandcastle on a beach can't stand forever. Eventually the sandcastle gotta go back to sand. Why? It ain't a real castle. That castle can stand indefinitely depending on who built it. But the sand castle is mimicking the real castle. It's just sand. And that's what the earth is. That's what your body is. It's a simulation. It's the imitation of a real world. This world we in, it resembles, it's the spitting image of heaven. But it's composed of a different material, a more denser, a less stable material. So, yes, just like a sandcastle. It looks just like a castle, but it's made of a material that can't hold its form forever. That's what we are here, folks. Now, the thing about this is this. If we're in a simulation, then guess who would be running the simulation? Artificial intelligence. Think the Matrix movie. Reptilians and lizard people don't rule in the Matrix. That there's no dragon. And again, why would a caveman rule in a computer simulation? Look around you and prove me wrong and tell me if AI ain't God. AI is an artificial intelligence, and it's created by artificial beings. Now think about what I'm saying. These people didn't come from no caves. They come from laboratories and incubators. That's the only way you can explain why they don't got no land. In the same breath, we say that these people are cavemen. We say that they don't have no land of their own. You contradicting yourself. Even cavemen got an indigenous land. And let me share some with y'all real quick. Let me share. So when you say caveman, remember, a cave is a natural dwelling. And if a man live in that cave, then yeah, he a caveman. But here go the trick. I'm going to give you something to think about how you know, right, that the caveman shit is a psyop. Now think about this. If a person sleep under a bridge every night, do we call them a bridge man? What the hell is a caveman? Because guess what? It's homeless people in Las Vegas right now that sleep inside the underground caves and tunnels. Go look it up. If you live in Vegas, you know what I'm talking about. There are thousands of people that live in underground cave systems in Las Vegas right now. And I've been in them. It's dangerous under there too. Guess what? Some of them never come out. And when they do, the sun be like, oh, bright as hell to them. It's humans literally living in caves today. And guess where else they living? On park benches, in tents. Do you call a homeless dude sleeping in a tent man? Because think about what you're doing when you say caveman. You're identifying a human based upon where he chooses to naturally dwell. Like these Bushmen right here. When you try to make the caveman white, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. If you was homeless and it was cold outside and you live near a natural cave that you can camp out in, make a fire, put your bag tent in, and if you don't use it, you're a damn fool. You're a fool. The Bushmen would even look at you and laugh and call you a dummy. You got people in Africa right now, you talking all that caveman shit, but let me say, okay, you finna go live with the Bushman tribe so you can learn and do research on this tribe. We dropping you off during the winter time. What you think they doing in the winter? The Bushman tribe going deep into caves that their ancestors built. They got temples and everything in these caves. They warm as hell up in there. It don't matter how cold it is. They got a fire burning. They got their rock walls and they cool. Now, mind you, our building skills were better than what the Bushmen doing, right? Because if you look at the systems we got in the Grand Canyon and all that, because a lot of people like to say, well, that's Meltology. I agree with you that a lot of this stuff is Meltology. I also agree that we got natural cave systems that we intentionally built like this right here. That ain't Meltology. If we can do it today, why we couldn't do it then? Now, I agree with the Meltology people. One of the leaders of Meltology, his name Jerry DeCamp, I interviewed him. So I'm a fan of Meltology. I think it explains a lot of structures we see, right? But others, for example, are just intentional underground cave systems. I'll show you one. Look at here. This is called right here, the Badami Caves, and this is in Asia. And the Badami Caves is a network of temples and caves, intricate systems, sort of like South America, the cartel. They shit wasn't made by cartels. They inherited from their ancestors. We had underground cave network systems throughout the earth. But here go the thing. The deeper we started to dig underground and build civilizations, we also, at the same time, was developing genetic technology, cloning technology, CRISPR. Like, we was able to manipulate genetics, create synthetic species. Our ancestors were smart. And what I'm telling y'all is that the people that run the earth didn't come from caves. Well, let me take that back. They did come from caves, but not in the way y'all think. You're thinking that they come from like a cave like this right here. But they come from underground intricate cities. There are entire networks of cities under the ground. And at some point, right, we started to colonize the inner earth. We started to have just as many civilizations under the earth in complex networks as we did on the surface. And I can show you some examples of what they're discovering in other parts of the world. And this dude discovered this when he was digging in his backyard. Some dude in India, he was digging in his backyard and came across an entire underground city, man. And it's got stairways and everything going all the way down with cooling systems, ventilation, all that. You see what I'm saying? And when you look at the way it looks under there, it looked like it wasn't just no primitive stuff. Like, it looked kind of decked out. But the point that I'm making is we got here goes some of the underground networks in the world right here. This is the Longview Caves. Look at how dope that look, man. Like, real talk, this look dope for real. It don't look like no primitive stuff. It looked like something like a rich dude would live in. You know, and rich people are living in underground because the atmosphere messed up, right? A lot of the people who done sold they soul to these art, and let me explain something to y'all because I'm all over the place. Let me change the screen. Let me explain something to you. Our ancestors was colonizing the inner earth, and they were creating laboratories under the ground. They were creating their own human species under the ground. That's how advanced they were getting. And here's my theory, right? I don't think the people that run the world come from caves like what we think. I think they come from underground civilizations. Underground, it's entire cities under the ground that these people know about. They ain't telling us about them because this is their real homeland. Now think about what I'm telling y'all. The people that's running the world, we say all the time, they don't got no land of their own. They don't have no connection to any indigenous land. If you call them cavemen, then you giving them connection to land. So think about it. If you're born deep under the ground in the laboratory, that will explain why you don't got no connection to the land. That's right. Our connection to the land is based upon birthright citizenship, being for the fact that I was born through my mama's womb on the surface of the earth. In other words, people, we are surface dwellers. Every last one of us was born on the surface of the earth. You got a land that's in a boundary on Earth's surface that you were born on. That's what I mean by surface dweller. If you were born deep, 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 deep under the ground in some underground city, that don't exist on the surface. I'm telling you something. There are cities that existed under the ground and above the ground. If you were born in an underground city, you didn't have any birthrights on the surface. You don't belong to no nations on no surface. If I ask you where you from, where your land at, you got to point down to the pits of hell. You got to point down at the ground and to the pits where you come. These people, we are fallen angels. They are risen devils. Let me tell you, the earth is a standoff Armageddon point between angels that fell from heaven and devils that rose from the pits. And we meeting right here for the battle of Armageddon. And guess what the battle is? All of the humans that was bred in underground labs, that's what caused the last reset. There was a great war on the earth. Something happened where we lost control under the ground. And all of these humans that we was lying to, because check this out, we was creating artificial earths under the ground. The deeper we went, we had to create artificial sunlight. We had to have mirror systems to bounce the sunlight way down under the ground. We had to create technology to mimic the surface in the ground. And they do that today. You got rich people, they got underground bunkers, and they got simulated suns, simulated moons. Now, China was creating a simulated sun. Why the hell would you be creating a simulated sun? Why? Because it may be technology you using for underground cities that you still got. Now, watch this. Our ancestors was creating Earth-like simulations under the ground. They was breeding artificial humans in these Earth-like environments underground. And underground, they had to simulate like a sky, an atmosphere in these hollowed out huge spaces. But they was breeding people here, and these people had no idea that there was humans up on the surface and that the world up there was the real Earth, right? I believe at some point we was able to lie to all of these populations of synthetic humans under the ground and tell them, hey, ain't nothing up there. This is it. This is Earth right here. But I think at some point, those incubator babies under the ground found out about the real world up here. And they waged a war under the ground. There was a war up under the ground. It caused big earthquakes and cataclysms on the surface. Everything went crazy. And what happened was all of those underground civilizations, they came up to the surface for the first time. And they met with the humans that was up here, and that was a war. That was a war between, for the first time, our experiment broke free. And it saw the real world where its gods was hiding from it. We was high in heaven, which is the surface. And we was keeping our experiment quarantined because we didn't want the synthetic humans to breed with the real organic humans. Or the natural humans or whatever, however you want to say it. But so my thing is, ever since the synthetic humans under the ground from Sheol, from the inner earth with the inner sun, that sent that artificial sun, because they come from artificial earths. And so when they came up to the surface, we couldn't coexist with them because we thrive in different environments. So ever since the synthetic humans underground come up to the surface, there's been a war between the natural world and the synthetic world, and they're winning. They're basically rebuilding the Earth-like simulation that they come from under the ground. Think about this. If you're a synthetic human born in a synthetic Earth, you don't think it's synthetic. You just think it's normal. That's normal to you. If you born underground and you're breathing barium, aluminum, if your water got fluoride and all kind of toxins in it, right? If you got a bunch of plastics in your environment, if this is what your Earth-like simulation have in it, you would need that to thrive. To you, just like how we need oxygen and hydrogen in our atmosphere, that'll be harmful to them. If you're a synthetic human, you need a synthetic environment to live in. You can't live in no real natural environment, it'll kill you. So what I'm telling you is, if you look around you, the world is literally being terraformed. The air we breathe is full of toxics, is synthetic, is not natural anymore. Plastics all in your body, aluminums, everything is artificial intelligence, all of that. And I believe that the people who in power look like us, but they're humanoids. They ain't cavemen. They are a lab experiment. They're very intelligent, because think about it. A caveman is a dumbass. How he gonna take over the world? Think about this now. You telling me that a caveman defeated my ancestors when he didn't even make himself a pair of shoes to put on his feet? Listen at this, you fool. You telling me that a caveman defeated my ancestors when he didn't even have sense enough to wash his ass? I know you want to make fun of the white man. That's what these people did to y'all. They filled you up full of hate. It ain't about black and white. Look at what's happening in the world, dude. It's about natural intelligence versus artificial intelligence at this point. News flash. If these people, let me explain something to you. The key is to realize we're in a simulation. If you agree we in a simulation, evolution just went out the door. Things don't evolve in simulations. They are programmed. The people in power are evil as fuck, not because evolution made them that way. They evil as hell because they don't have a soul. By default, they're programmed that way because they don't have the thing in them that brings compassion. That's one of the flaws of playing God and making synthetic humans and synthetic organisms. We didn't just make synthetic humans. We made all kind of synthetic animals and synthetic insects and synthetic sea creatures. And guess what we created? The world's first predators. We fucked up the natural ecosystem. But here's what I have: two theories. Theory one is Eden was a beautiful earth that was non-corrupted. And we started to get too smart and corrupt Eden. And that's how we created this simulation, because a simulation can be a corrupted version of a real version too, versus just a copy. It can be that thing expressing itself beneath its potential. That can be a scenario. Or our ancestors could have said, you know what? We don't want to risk messing up Eden. We're going to experiment in simulations like we do today, right? If a company have an idea that they're not sure is going to go right, they run a simulation. They don't risk losing everything they built to experiment with the real thing. So they make a simulated reality and run it out and see how it worked there to get the knowledge. And that's kind of where I'm at. These are my two theories, right? And I think Earth may be several copies of Earth where we're trying to experiment and see what's the best system we're trying to find the paradise that we lost. And in us doing that, we're running all these simulations and probabilities to see which one is going to turn out to be the best sequence of events to bring us back to the paradise we lost. If you say cavemen took over the world, that don't make sense. But if you say laboratory bred humans took over, that make perfect sense. That make perfect sense, because a human bred in a laboratory will be very intelligent. He lives in a fucking lab. His entire world is a big science project. So a lab-bred human would be more smarter than a TV watching ass human. You see what I'm saying? Only thing he'll know is what the gods was doing in the lab. He will be, but the thing is this right here. When those synthetic humans came up to the surface, a war broke out between man and mankind. And we're still fighting that war now. It's only that man forgot about this war because they indoctrinated us to think that the black and white is the war. Race war, Republican, Democrat, just like the They Live movie, just like the Matrix movie. The AI is running everything, but it's dividing the humans up with politics, skin color, and all that stuff. If you watch the Matrix again, you will see that the real war is the sleep versus the woke, AI versus the real humans. And so there was some humans on Earth before we came, and that's because Earth is a simulation that we created from a higher realm, and we populated it with extras or non-player characters. Like I say, when you buy a video game, which is an imitation of Earth, a simulation, it comes populated with beings in it. I remember when you opened up we all opened up our first Nintendo. Remember the orange duck hunt gun? You blow that thing like it's a real gun. And I remember my shit came with the pad too. We can run with the pad. We had the Olympic Games. These are simulations, but the thing is, there are people in the game before we start the game. We're players. You ain't an NPC, you are a player character. When you enter the game, there are already people there. Like when you pick up the controller, King Cooper is already in Mario trying to eat you up. There are some ducks and some other creatures, they trying to get you. So the adversary, which is what the devil is not a particular being. It's a hive mind of individuals, and some people call them the pre-Adamite humans. How do we know that this is Satan? Because these are the beings that ain't created by God. God is the word guide. If you have a soul, your soul is guiding your body like a video game player is guiding their player in a video game. And you know how I can prove that? There was a man by the name of, I'm going to share it with you because I'm always researching. He did an experiment, right? But the experiment basically proved our brains show a pattern for a thought before we are conscious of the thought. This was called brain readiness potential research. And the guy who was instrumental in it, his name was Benjamin Libet. They was doing this in the 80s at the University of California in San Francisco. And what they found out was they weren't trying to prove a simulation. They was just trying to study the brain. But now that we're into simulation narratives, this research is important because what this research showed when he was scanning people's brain and their neural activity, he would ask them like, what are you thinking about? And they would be like, nothing. When they're saying nothing, he thought they basically, a lot of these neuroscientists at first, they thought something was wrong with the equipment, like some kind of latency issue. Because when they would put people's brains under this equipment to scan the neural activity, and they say, what you thinking about? Nothing. And when people saying they ain't thinking about nothing, Libet is saying, he looking at the activity and saying, well, it actually looked like you're thinking about walking a dog or this or that. You know, there's certain patterns for every activity we do as humans, no matter who you are. Your neural activity will form the same pattern. It's possible to see what everyone doing in real time all day just by having a connection to their neural activity. Because even when you tie your shoe, that looks a certain way under a brain scan. When every human tie their shoe, their neural pathways make this same pattern. So neural patterns are a language within themselves that can tell you everything a person doing without you even looking at them. Because our neurons form patterns, like when you have sex, everyone thinking of some sexual, their neurons form the same sort of shape. So it's possible to read people's mind. That's basically all they're doing. They can tell you what you're thinking by the pattern. But the reason I'm bringing all that up is because what Dr. Libet found out was that when he was asking people, what are you thinking about? They would say nothing, but he would see like a pattern for food or a pattern for sex. And the thing, what they found out, well, maybe something is wrong with my equipment. And what they found out is something very different. They found out that people's neural activity happens before they are conscious of a thought. So in other words, by the time you say, what do I want to eat today? That shit was already a neural pattern on your mind before it became a conscious thought. This means that our thoughts don't come from our brain, people. Our thoughts are more like signals being received from a higher realm. This higher realm is what they call the mind, but the question is, where is the mind? They don't want to tell you it's in the above realm. Now check this out. The mind governs the body and the physical realm without actually existing in the physical realm, because the mind is a beacon of light and its rays permeate into the physical realm, and all of those rays attach to the body, and the body looks like a puppet on strings. It's the mind in charge. Things happen in the mental realm before they happen in the physical realm. Or we heard it this way, right? Things happen in the spiritual realm before they happen in the physical realm. We have to think before we act. The thing is this right here. Before you even think, you already, it's weird that our brain acts as if we're thinking about something before we actually have the thought. So a person may say, I'm not thinking about nothing right now, but their next thought is already queued up like a person standing in line waiting for their name to be called. A wise man once said, there's no such thing as an original thought. You know why? If there was, that would mean that thoughts originate in the brain. Your thoughts ain't original because by the time you think of it, it was already manifested in the neural world, which is the platonic realm. In other words, every thought is an echo from a higher realm. It's not something, oh, I just got an idea from my brain. No, what Mr. Libet found out in the 80s is that our brain don't create thoughts. It just processes them. So that leaves another question. Where are thoughts created? They're not, y'all. Here's where shit get tricky. Watch this. Mr. Libet found out that our brain acts like a radio antenna, and it's just receiving a broadcast from another location, processing it through the body. You're like a puppet. Every thought you manifest, you didn't think it. It's like this. You don't create thoughts in your brain. Thoughts basically pass through this realm from a higher realm, and they are echoes from a higher realm, like my shadow moving with my body. There's a you in a parallel reality above this earth, and time is happening there first. Our world is like a yesterday world. It's like a deja vu world. There are parallel earths that are ahead of us. Sometimes we go back and forth in the future and the past, and we can remember the future, which is what deja vu is, but we can't change it because every possibility already exists in a parallel reality. You don't have to change reality. You have to shift reality. Because what did I tell you? You can't have an original thought. Every time you think in your mind of this better version of you, you're not trying to transform to become that version of you for real. You're channeling a broadcast. And once you focus more on this version of yourself you're trying to be, it's like me trying to find a radio station. I can hear the song more through the static. And once you tune into that new you, that new frequency, you dance accordingly. Your moves now change. You're changing. Changing is like changing a station or a frequency to a better version of yourself, because all of us are fine-tuning ourselves. All of us are like our own unique frequency, our own song that's playing, but we can't hear it clearly because it's so much static. You know something about static? All of it sound the same. But you know something about the songs that static hide? All of them sound different. So when all of our songs is distorted, we all create chaos by default. And that creates a lack of individuality and uniqueness. Once you tune into your vibration and you lose the static, people who still creating static ain't finding themselves gonna hate your light that's shining in your unique frequency. It's like, hey man, my radio got a bunch of static. It's playing the song that I like, right? But my song got static on it. You playing your song and it's crystal clear. But he don't want to listen to your song. He like his song. So he rather drive in his car, listen to his song with static than your song without it. This is why everyone got to tune their own song. Because my song is my song. It's for me. But none of us are hearing our unique song, our unique voice from our higher self. We're hearing the static of the world outside that the Nonplayer characters are creating. That's ego. That's the false self, the version of you society expects you to live up to based upon you being from the hood and you being a black man or all that other stereotypical shit. Who are you for real? That's who you need to tap into. Because this world is a simulation. It's a Truman Show. And they got a default template for everybody. And it's nothing but static. That's why everyone who ain't themselves, they all got the same energy, same frequency. It's just static. All static sound the same. Now, people, this is very important because this research proved we in a simulation. Everything I just said Before my brain even thought about it, it was processed by my neurons and I wasn't even conscious of it. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let it sink in. Every time you manifest a thought, you late as hell, man. Your neural activity had that pattern up there when you wouldn't even think about it. By the time you think about it and act it out, you very late, bro. You late. You're like a shadow. You always late. You like my shadow. Your body is the shadow to your soul. Your soul is in a higher realm. Your body is a reflection of that, like a shadow. Shit happened up here first before it happened here. It's a chain reaction, like how my shadow moving with my hand. If he don't move up there, nothing happens down here. My shadow don't have no independent motion of its own. My shadow do what the hell I do. It mimics me. And everything in this world is imitating the higher world. This is what Plato was teaching. And your body is to imitate itself, the shadow. So what am I telling you? Free will don't exist, people. Free will don't exist. If every thought you acting out, it was already processed way before it got to you, it ain't yours, man. Whoever processed it and gave it to you is the sender. You're the receiver. That's like you driving in your car saying that the radio you received, that's like you driving in your car, finding a good song on a radio and saying, this song belonged to me because I found it. No. This song was created somewhere else. You're just receiving it through your antenna. It's been broadcasted to you. You didn't make that just because you dialed and tuned into it. And that's why the wise man once said, no thought is original. What that means is you didn't make your thoughts. There is no originator. Your thoughts aren't originally yours. They are echoes from a higher you. So what this means is that every mistake we make, every good and bad thing we do is already written out. Don't be hard on yourself. Everything you supposed to do and don't do is already written out for you to activate your greatest potential. Look in the mirror right now. If you like the person you see, guess what? You owe that to all the good and the bad you went through. If I take away all the bad you went through, you wouldn't be who you are today. So if you proud of who you are today, you owe that to every mistake you made. You owe that to every person you ever cussed out, every nigga you robbed. If you killed somebody, guess what? If I take that away, you'll be a different person. I know that sound crazy, but at the end of the day, every event is written out. Even the Bible say in the beginning was the word. So we're in a simulation. And the people that created this simulation, they don't own your soul, but they own your avatar. If I create a video game, by copyright laws, you don't own your own likeness in the game. So that's why the ancestor was saying we got to get out of our body, because the only way they own the soul is if the soul is bound to the body. The corporations own our corpses. And our corpses are keep being born again here as a slave. Deja vu is the memory that we keep looping this shit. It's a loop. So, only thing I'm telling you is that your body exists in a game. And your body has been doing the same thing over and over, running out a script that these people wrote for it. Then one day you picked up the controller and entered the game, and you started controlling your avatar that they made in this game. We can't take our body with us because It's just our likeness, our representative that they really own. But the thing is this right here. This is what I'm telling you. Your body exists in many Earth-like parallel realities. It's walking around right now, doing stuff right now. And that's because they control, they got our likeness, right? These people, they broke a law, man, because we created simulations, right? But there were no laws protecting likenesses. What I'm telling you is, the people that made these Earth-like simulations, they created other versions of us to populate their damn worlds. They basically copied heaven in the lower form. And by doing that, because you was in heaven, you was copied too. So there are plenty of versions of you that fell out of heaven, and none of these versions represent the real you that they copied from up here in heaven. That's the real you. But the thing about that is, you don't know the real you because your original version haven't been exposed to these worlds. It's like Mario act the same in the video game when don't nobody pick the controller up. If you let the controller sit there and let the computer control Mario, everywhere you go in the world, Mario act the same because the computer controlling him. But if you give me the controller, Mario gonna start moving different. If I give you the controller, Mario ain't gonna move the same. Everybody can pick up the controller and you will get a different Mario because everybody play different. But when none of us players is moving Mario, he do the same thing that he programmed to do when ain't no player using him. A lot of video games like that. If a player ain't using them, they go on autopilot and the computer and the computer do the same shit every time. You know when the computer using the character. And that's like the Matrix. We know when someone have merged with the beast. They've took the chip, they merged with AI. And that's gonna lead to my conversation about transhumans. You have NPCs. NPCs were built into the game. They don't have a soul. They never saw anything but the game, and they can't leave the game. It's like Mario and Cooper. Cooper can't leave the game. The adversaries can't leave the game, but the player can leave the game because Mario is the player character. Now the avatar Mario stuck in the game, but the player can quit playing that role and he can put the controller down and be back in the real world versus the simulation, the imitation world. Your body is just an avatar that exists in an ancient video game. And the computer that runs this game ain't telling the players that it's a game. It's telling you this is the real world. But guess what? If we was in the real world, death wouldn't exist. When we get back to the base reality, we will now have risen up beyond death. When we get to heaven, we escape death. We are now immortals again. Death only exists because we're in an avatar. Death ain't nothing but when you as a gamer decide, I don't want to play no more. Or you die in the game. What happens when the computer die in the game? Nothing. It just keep going in the game. It's just a computer in the game. But what happens when the player dies in the game? You leave the game. These beings can't die because they don't have a soul. They can't lead a game. Death is your ability to leave this simulation. It's some people that wish they can die. They're condemned. They're stuck here. The Bible says in the end of days, man will seek death, but he will not find it. You know why? The devils that run this world, they've bamboozled everybody, and they got y'all thinking that we're mortal beings. You are not a human with a soul. You're a soul with a body. And when you think you're a human with a soul, you will try to save your soul by living forever in your body. That's what condemnation is when people get the chip. They're going to cheat death, but they're going to be stuck in their flesh package. And those who try to save their life will lose it. And those who lose their life will save it. That's written in the Bible too. Y'all ain't reading this book with your third eye open. Everything is backwards. We are immortal beings that is now going to become transhumans because we seeking immortality when we already got it. And the people that's telling us we can give you immortality, they asses is condemned. They don't even got a soul. How they going to give an immortal being immortality? Think about this. Just for the fact that you think you got to seek immortality outside of yourself mean you don't know what you is, man. You have no clue what the fuck you are. And that's a problem. Because you don't know that you're a being of infinite light. You can't die if you wanted to. I don't give a damn how evil you are. You can't die, man. You just an immortal being. I'm sorry. So the fact that people on their knees and praying to humanoids, lab-bred humans, you praying to them for immortality when you already an immortal God and these people are condemned. Yeah, knowledge is really power, man. When you can convince an immortal being to bow down and pray to you for immortality, that means you can sell water to a whale, man. Only way you can sell water to a whale is if that whale don't know what the fuck it is. I'm just saying. That whale has no clue it's a whale. But I tell you this. The people in power love it when you call them caveman, because the truth is you still calling them a man. I'm not calling these people a man. You know why? They call my ancestors animals. Y'all too fucking nice, man. That's what I'm telling you. Like, it's levels to this shit. You calling them a caveman is doing them a favor. I'm saying even a caveman is still a man with a belly button, with a mama, indigenous. He just live in a cave. I know niggas that live in tents. Okay, we got tent men, cavemen, bridge men. I know homeless men that sleep on the sidewalk. Why don't we say that's a sidewalk man? Why we just call a caveman a caveman? His adjective comes from where he chooses to dwell. He lives in a cave. Oh, that's a caveman. Okay, what's up, all of you house men and women? It's stupid. Some people sleep in cars. That's a car man. Some people sleep and got on cardboard boxes. That's a box man. You only do that with the caveman because you've been programmed. The only human you identify based upon where it chooses to dwell is the damn caveman. Who taught you to do that? And why did they teach you to do it? Because the people in power don't have no rights to the land because they was bred in underground military bases. They don't have no rights to the land. Even a caveman got rights to the land and birthright. He's a man. The only being walking this earth that would not belong to no indigenous land would be a fucking Frankenstein human. Some shit from the island of Dr. Moreau. A laboratory human. You wouldn't belong to no land. You was born in a lab. And by the way, secretive labs. If the government is still making artificial humans under the ground right now, and they able to put a chip in them, and they let me just explain something to y'all right now. Before humans came to this earth, NPCs ran this place. NPCs are non-player characters, right? And they don't have a soul, and they were created in the simulation, like I just said. But when humans first came into the simulation, we started mating with the NPCs. The sons of man, the daughters of man started mating with the sons of God. Basically, the lab-bred humans started to mate with the natural humans. And not sexually, artificially, with technology. We merged and became one with them through transhumanism. See, we think that the transhuman movement is new. History repeats itself. When humans first came into the video game, we wasn't transhumans. The first transhumans, they started to merge with the NPCs, and ever since then, the NPCs had humans on their side. So all of these humans that we see, and we be like, man, that nigga sold his soul. Those are transhumans. They got a chip. They will make these people get shot. They would take them off the world stage. They'll get into a car accident like Kanye West, or they'll have like a BBL surgery or something. But when they come back, they will be totally different. Their persona, their energy. And we think, oh, she got an ass surgery and lip and nose surgery. They're putting a chip in these people. These are totally different people. They're merging with the same entity that the ancient humans merged with. That's the devil. When you say, oh, they sold to the devil. The devil is a hive mind. It's a legion. We are legion. It's a whole world network of transhumans and NPCs working together against us who still free. We liberated. You got different, I'm trying to teach y'all, it's three main beings on this earth. NPCs, transhumans, and fallen angels, which is us. Now, transhumans are fallen angels too, but the difference between us and them, they've already condemned themselves by taking the chip and the mark. Once you tether yourself to AI, you like a ship that's anchored, and it can't break free now. You lose your individuality. You merge consciously. You become one with this being. I don't know if you know what that means. That means you lose your individuality. That means what happens is this. Let's say Beyonce. Before they sell their soul, you know them as Beyonce knows, boom, boom, boom. Then when they sell their soul, they develop an alternative ego. That's the chip version. Once they take the chip, it's no longer them. It's this entity using them, like the Bible said. When the Spirit of God enters your body, let thy will be done and not mine. But religion is a book of possession. Religion wasn't made for us gods to go to heaven. It was made for us to merge with the God of this world, the beast. That's what the churches and everybody's selling, transhumanism. That's where it's all leading to. So that's the New World Order agenda. People gonna follow the Catholic Church right to hell with the transhuman agenda, with the alien psyops and all that. So the thing, but to stay on track, I'm trying to give you the history of what they are. The people in power like Queen Elizabeth, the popes and all them, the reason they don't have no original land, these people were bred, their bloodline is bred in deep underground laboratories. And people say, well, why are they so sensitive to sunlight? Guess what? If you bred underground under artificial sunlighting, when you come on the surface, the sunlight gonna fuck with you. But here go the thing. The sunlight don't fuck with white folks. White folks be at the beach chilling. The people I'm talking about, it ain't none they can spray on their skin to block them from the sun. They are spraying shit in the sky to block the sun from them. I hop to spray on sunblock every now and then at the beach, just on my neck though. The sun will get me on my neck a little bit. But the thing is this, people spraying on sunblock, the sun rays don't hit us the same because the atmosphere different. So needing sunblock ain't got nothing to do with no defect in you. It's got something to do that the fucking world, bro, we in a synthetic earth. A person blocking their skin from the sun is because they're terraforming the earth. None of us had to put sunblock on. When you priming up the atmosphere with all this bullshit, the light don't hit you the same. And I'm telling you, the people who can't stand under the real sunlight and moon, they ain't spraying on sunblock. They flying airplanes up there putting chemicals in the sky. Let me tell you something, man. Everything they put in the sky is synthetic stuff. It is a war against the natural world. If you look like me, talk like me, you look like a human, but everything you do is anti-human, how am I supposed to look at you? Like some kind of artificial humanoid that ain't really like me. You just look like me. Well, that make a lot of sense if we bred civilizations of humans under the ground for years in laboratories and quarantine them there, thinking that we smart and we gonna always be able to keep them there. But one day the worst possible scenario happened. The war broke out and our lab experiments came up to the surface by the millions. And there was a war. And not only that, and just like with every war, the two parties warring merge with each other. Just like when we went to war with Vietnam, now you got a lot of Vietnamese American mixed kids because the people you fight, you fuck them too. Yeah, you didn't know that? The people you fight in war, you end up fucking them all the time. That's just how war happens, okay? So they conquered us, bred with us, merged with us. But I'm trying to get y'all to see something. I believe we've always had brain-computer interface chips, little chips that can connect you to the hive mind. People may say, but Sanchez, technology didn't exist. They destroyed history, man. We had all kind of advanced electricity, projector, TV shit technology. Man, listen. The past was very futuristic, if not more advanced than what we see today. And I'm telling you that when the reset happened, all the technology was destroyed on the surface, but under the ground is still advanced machines, mechanisms, computers, and instruments from the old world. So when people be like, but Sanchez, if they are NPCs with chips in their head, don't you need technology, computers, and all that? Yes, they shit is connected to underground bases. They infrastructure, networks, computers never stop running. The surface was reset. Remember, when when they rose up to the surface, the war broke out on the surface. Shit was destroyed on the surface, but everything underground still intact. So what I'm saying is, even the way that we generate electricity is coming from old underground technology. They ain't burning old dead dinosaurs. We just rebuilt the new world on top of the old world, which was very technological. We just plugged into that old system and they charging you for it, saying, oh, we burning fossil fuels. And deleted the whole past. People will say, Sanchez, I'm sorry, but it's different kinds of cavemen, and our people wasn't no cavemen. We had melanin, so we can sleep in the jungle. The white man, the one slept in the cave. Now let that sink in, and I'm gonna share with you why that is the most dumbest shit to say. Just listen to me for 1 second. In your attempts to prove that you better than the white man, you actually do the opposite. Cause think of how dumb this sound. You're telling me, Sanchez, our people smarter than the white man. We slept outside on the ground and he sought shelter.
Stupid.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man. In your attempts to be better than the white man, you actually look stupid. Who's the fucking animal and who's the smart one? The man who's sleeping on the ground in the goddamn jungle, or the smart man that say, hey, y'all, let's go get up in this cave and get out the rain, man. Your melanated ass out there talking about, we better than the white man, Sanchez. We wasn't sleeping in shelter. We was sleeping on the ground with the insects in the jungle. And how is that better? I'm gonna run right in the cave with the white man with y'all dumb ass. We melanated, Sanchez. We out here in the snow on the ground because we got melanin. Like, you gotta think sometime. The boule got y'all so programmed. We smarter than the white man. We wouldn't sleeping in a cave. We was sleeping on the ground. On the dirt. Cause that's way more better than seeking shelter in the cave. It's stupid. Just stupid. And you can't tell them nothing. It's crazy. So like I was saying, quit calling the white man a caveman, because it ain't about black and white. It ain't about, those are social statuses. Black and white ain't even got nothing to do with your DNA. That's your social performance. If you was born with the monks in China, if your mama and daddy, black as they are, if you was a newborn baby and you was dropped off with the monks in China, you wouldn't be listening to hip hop, eating none of this food or nothing. What you call your race is actually your social box that they put you in. That ain't got nothing to do with your damn genetics. It's the social expectations that society created for your group. That's why the moment you say, when a nigga say, man, I want to play hockey, that ain't black. Your DNA ain't got no code written in it to make you speak with slang, sag your pants, rock Timberland boots. That's hip hop music and society. That ain't written in your DNA, bro. So what you call black culture really is just our social roles. It is a mental status that you're diagnosed with, a social box, a social status that's saying, I operate under the hip hop urban culture mindset. But you can have a black man that ain't about none of that. You can have a Polynesian man. He's still black. They still gonna say he's a black man, but he's a totally different race. So when people say, well, caveman was black, they was white. Caveman was all colors. And by the way, if you think that Earth is a simulation, if life is a simulation, you can't also be teaching evolution. Evolutionists teach that the Earth ain't created. It's just a mistake that happened. It's a big bang. And shit just mistakenly evolved from a single cell organism that turned into a fish and then to a monkey and then to a nigga saying, whistle while you twerk. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Shit just happened that way. It wasn't created. It's not intelligently designed. I see so many dumbasses. They will say, Sanchez, I think Earth is a simulation. And then in the next sentence, they'll be like, the white man is a caveman. The caveman is an evolutionary phase of the human species, bro. Do some damn research. If you saying that the Earth is a simulation, you got to throw evolution out the door. You got to throw out Neanderthals, cavemen, Australopithecus, Bigfoot. But some niggas ain't gonna throw away caveman because they emotionally attached through their hate for white people. And that's how they got us all asleep. They got everything locked in. The moment you try to wake black folks up and tell them the truth about these incubator babies, they're gonna say, fuck what you saying, them niggas is a caveman. They came out the Caucasus Mountains. And they're gonna be ignorantly stupid. And you know what's sad? They the majority. They the majority. All of the big black platforms, all of the leaders came and said that the white man is a caveman. So little old you coming along today trying to undo what the Boule did to the black consciousness. Good luck. I've been trying to do it for over a decade. You'll get a few, but you ain't gonna be able to stop that, man. AI, the NPCs got all of their sheeple. You'll be able to get a few, but not like that. So, yeah. They will tell you the white man a caveman, and then you'd be like, how did a dumbass caveman take over our shit and we was gods with all that knowledge and we let the dumb caveman with a club take it over? They still, even though you make a lot of sense, guess what they gonna say? Why you taking up for the white man? You must be married to a white woman. Why you defending the white man? You don't want the white man to be a caveman? Emotions. Emotions. They won't use they mind. They're gonna use their emotions. They've been conditioned and programmed that way. Some people will never wake up. Their hate for white people and the white people hate for black people, they'll never see the truth. That's what they did to us. Some people will see the truth and just don't want to see it because at this point they hate white people that much because there's been a socially engineered war between blacks and whites. And the NPCs, the humanoids, are leading that shit. All around the world, they got blacks and white. They dividing the humans up because they're the non-humans. And while we fighting and killing each other, they transforming the whole earth, the atmosphere, the water, our biology being transformed. We move into digital systems and don't nobody care because we too busy fighting each other. People say, well, we ain't alone. Aliens exist. How is something coexisting with me that I can't see? There's only one explanation for that. It must look like us. It must be blending in. Right. Duh. You know what's sad? People will hear what I'm saying and they'll say Sanchez is crazy, man. You hear that shit he talking about? NPCs and transhumans? Sanchez done lost his mind. But guess what? they will believe in demons. There'll be a Bible pusher believing in Satan and demons, little red dragons. They will think that a demon is controlling a person versus technology. Transhuman. They don't know that the word beast in the Bible means computer, which is artificial intelligence, because the earth is a simulation. That's why the Bible say in the beginning was the word. It's not talking about the beginning of heaven. Heaven existed before the Bible. In the beginning is dealing with the beginning of the simulation. And in the beginning was the word. That means when you create a simulation, you have to be what's called a writer. All right. The people that create video games, they are writers. Now they not picking up a pen. That's the term they use though. That's what they call it. They would say, who wrote the code out for this? They're actually writers because they're writing a script and a program. They're saying, let's program Mario to do this. And then Cooper comes here and do that. They're like a playwright, like a director. They're directing a play with characters in it, but it's digital. It's a digital simulation. But that's what life is. You're born on a stage in a Truman Show. And the people in power don't got free will. They're acting out a script. So you can't beg them to do good. It's like when you play Mario, you can't sit there and beg King Cooper not to try to kill you. Why? King Cooper don't got free will. The programmers, whoever made the game called Mario, they program Cooper to be your damn enemy and adversary. Too bad if you don't want Cooper to kill you, because you can't beg your way out of this. Cooper don't even hear you. He's acting out a program that says kill Mario. The people in power can't compromise with us because they don't have free will. They're part of a hive mind, and they're ancient AI and transhumans running out a script to maintain control of this simulation. And that script is kill the players. And guess what? You're a player. It's the players versus the non-player characters. The non-players can't do what they want to do. Even if you have a loved one that get the chip and cross over to their side, you can never beg them back. That loved one will look you in your eye and kill you for this beast, because it ain't them no more. It's a whole nother entity in them. The people in power that sold they soul to this thing, they'll do anything for this shit because it ain't them no more. It's the thing working through their body now. They've merged with it. They've become one with it. And you trying to kill them is you trying to kill it now. It possesses them. So the people in power act like they will fight to the death to protect this system. It ain't really them anymore. They in so deep that they've been claimed, they've been possessed. This thing is defending its system through them at this point. They're a drone, is what I'm telling you. It's not just simply a human that love evil and love money so much that he gonna go against his mama, kids, blood, sacrifice, you name it, he'll do it for it. When you in that deep, you're not even operating your own conscious space no more. I don't know if y'all get that. Like, these people are like drones, man, when they get to that level. They fully merge with this thing. And that's what set us apart. We're still what's called liberated beings. Now, what is a liberated being? Well, out of the three beings that I just gave you, there's only one that has individuality and that can leave, come, which is death. NPCs can't do what they want because the NPCs are programmed to recruit humans to work against the light beings and to exploit your weaknesses. Now, people may say, why would our ancestors create a place like this? Because if you can't rise above your lowest versions, you ain't fit to dwell in the highest realms. That's right. It's a filtering process. If you can't win this game and suck it up and sacrifice to become your greatest version, that's the reason you can't ascend to heaven. I get it. I'm not mad at them for creating this place. It's a filtering system. If you can't outgrow the false version of yourself that the non-player characters created for you here, you're saying you like this version of yourself. Why would I take away something you like? You enjoying yourself. The moment you stop enjoying who you are and recreate yourself, you will become some greater, and that greater version is actually you merging with your higher self. Then that means when you die, your energy will shift to the frequency that you just found, that your newfound self. That's a new frequency you've dialed up that allow you to escape this old you like a snake shedding its skin. So by the time we die, it's like this. You see, they want us to fall in love with who we are here, the false version of ourselves, because it's two scripts, right? It's a script that they wrote out for you, and it's a script that the higher self want to manifest. Now watch this. Before you showed up and your consciousness came into your body here, you already existed here, but you wasn't conscious of it. Your body is like a character in a video game, and the game gonna keep repeating itself and playing out whether you pick up the controller or not. Put it this way, right? I'm gonna give you an example. If I make a computer right here on my desk, a simulated Earth, and I put you on the Neuralink, and I upload your consciousness into the computer in another version of you, and I let you walk around, explore the Earth and all that, how do I keep you in my little computer simulation? I make you fall in love with the avatar that I designed for you in my game. Because otherwise, you'll be like, okay, Sanchez, I'm ready to go back and be my real self now. This shit is boring now. Unplug me. What's my incentive to keep you inside of my fake ass game? I got to create a version of you that's kick ass. That's what happened. Like when you reach the top, these people say, look, I'm gonna make you famous. I'm gonna do boom, boom, boom. And so you merge with them, you sell your soul. You stay in the game. Just like the dude in the Matrix that was eating a steak. When he was eating a steak with the devil, with the AI, he said, I want you to make me rich and I want to be a king. I want to be a ruler. What's your incentive for you to make me stay in your fake world? The fake me got to be more flashier than the real me. If you want me to stay in your fake ass world, you got to give my fake version something that my real version wish it had, and play with my own projection. Because it's basically people projecting something that's wrong with them on a spiritual level that they trying to fill a void for in the simulation. It's us battling our own weaknesses. That's why it's going to take a couple of reincarnations. Because with the knowledge you got, when you die, you're going to be confronted by these beings. And they're going to offer you another lifetime. And they're going to have to come with a bigger bargain for you because you know the game. But a lot of us with this knowledge is still going to fucking say, you're going to do what? How much money again? Plug me up one more time. Seriously though, you will eventually make it out according to the Hindu, but even with your knowledge don't mean just because you know the truth about reality, you've mastered these weaknesses. This is why the Hindu said a lot of us gonna play the game and cut little deals with the archons before we actually get tired of this shit. That's just the reality. The ancestors was being real. They were saying, look, at the end of the day, we have our flaws and we have things that gonna cause us to have to live out a few lifetimes before we get it right. But the good thing is the Hindus said everyone eventually makes it out if they want to. Keyword, want to. Some people say, you know what? I like it down here in the matrix, in the simulation. I'm rich. The archons ain't treat me wrong, you know. But see, some of us are saying, I want to see what the real me was like. It's something in you right here that lights up like, yo, there's a real another me in a higher realm. Just like when you dream and you get acquainted with these other versions of yourself, these dreams are parallel realities, and there's a higher reality that we shift to at the end of this, where we shift to our greatest version. But what happened, a lot of folks, they fall along the way to the artificial AI is competing with our higher version. It's giving us these generated versions of ourselves that's rock stars with ice on, jewelry on, and it's saying, man, look at you, man, look at you, look at you. Don't worry about going up there. This is it right here. Look at that. Look at you. And we're falling for it. Because I'm going to tell you, me as a hip hop artist, that is like my cypher version. That's the version of me that still cares about how nice my outfit look. I cares about the ego of me wanting to be the greatest rapper in the studio. Me wanting to spit the bars, that the punchlines that no one thought of, like the battler, the challenger. But see, that's cool. No one is saying, see, because the truth is you can't kill your lower version. What you're gonna do is tame it, extract the best things out of it. Think about this right here. Our soul is seeing all of these versions of itself in these different parallel realities, and it's things that it like about each of these versions. That's what attracts it to it. It's there to learn these good things that it's attracting from each. There's a movie called Jet Li, the One. And in a way, it's kind of trying to teach that same concept. It's an old concept. Each time you die and reborn, your soul is basically extracting all of the good traits out of all of these characters it's playing in each universe. And once it extracts all of the good, because guess what the word good is? God. Your soul is extracting all of the God force energy out of its fallen versions, because all of them is holding some of its light. In order for your soul to become one unified big ass ball of light, it's got to go recollect all of that light that fell. See, you was one big ball of light in heaven, but when you fell, you shattered into all these little bitty pieces of light called a human. Each one of them is a piece of the puzzle, and they don't have the full picture. They lacking a lot of knowledge, and they separated in each of their realities with only their little piece of the puzzle. So your soul is going into each of these worlds, collecting that piece of the puzzle and putting Eden back together again. Once it collects each piece of the puzzle, it's going to put it back together. Each fallen version of the self took some of your light when it fell. And in order for you to rise back up, you got to go recollect all them little bitty pieces of light and ball them back up again and make this one unified being again. Now, it's several concepts you will see in cartoons like this, where they take all of the little versions and make a big version like Power Rangers, Captain Planet, like I said, Jet Leader 1. Y'all know some that I don't know too. Those are just the main ones. But it's this is a very old concept. And if you know some, name them, because it just speaks to the plagiarization of how they take deep concepts and water them down into little bitty Pokemon games and Mario and, you know, stuff like that. But make no mistakes about it. Okay, at this point, guys, I'm gonna take a quick minute to read all donations and to let some callers on, because I feel like I've got a lot of the download out and we can just expound on this at this point. So thank y'all for recognizing that I wasn't ignoring you. I was just focused. Let me give a shout out to Trini Vegeta. Sanchez, can you do a future show with your take on NDEs? Please, thanks for all you do, bro. What is a NDE? Type it out and I'll speak on it. Thank you, Trini Vegeta. Let's give a shout out to Red Star. That dog versus wolf example put it all together. Thank you so much, Red Star, for remembering that. And for the support. Thank you, Hydrogen, as always, for the support. Shout out to the Spiritual Shift for being a member of this channel and for the support. Hydrogen, shout out to you for being a member too. I missed you. Thank you, Hydro. Shout out to all my members. Spiritual Shift said, bro, Sanchez, you always on time. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. You know that y'all appreciate this. Shout out to Spread Wealth. Spread Wealth. Allegory of the caveman type-ish. That's dope that Plato would use the allegory of the cave and they're literally using the caveman as a psyop. That's actually dope right there. Like, it's definitely some synchronicities with that. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. What up, Jay? Appreciate you as always, Jay. Said facts. Remind me of the movie they cloned Tyrone. Big facts. They always telling us the truth in the movies. Once again, shout out to Sally McDermott for being a member and for the continued support. Much love to you, Sally. Appreciate you. Much love. Shout out to the Compliment King. Said, beautiful work, bro, Sanchez. Thank you. Thank you, Compliment King. Shout out to D-Dub Exclusive once again coming through. Shout out to D-Dub for being a member as well. D-Dub says, so, bro, have you ever been any other version of yourself, different race in a dream? You're the same you in every dream. The only thing different is the history, the decisions you made. And you may be slightly different, like your build or your body. Maybe your face is fatter in some of them dreams. Maybe you know what I'm saying? So every dream that I have, I'm just a different version of me. You know? And it's not no drastic changes. When you think of a parallel reality, or it's like saying it's identical, it's a mirror to this earth with slight variations. That's all of them is. You know that these parallel realities exist because there are laws to the universe, and one of the laws is the law of infinity and the law of probability. How they work together is this. If the universe is infinite, then there can be nothing that hasn't happened before in the universe. Part of infinity is sequence of events. For the universe to be infinite, I don't know if you know that one dimension to infinity is time, action. That means that if I can prove that there's something that have not happened before in the universe, then the universe ain't infinite. So in order for the universe to remain infinite, It plays out every single possibility at one time. And that creates a bunch of different parallel realities. But this is just because of a law. If there's something that can probably happen and it hasn't happened yet, then the universe is not infinite. You see how that works? So if we live in an infinite universe, then according to the ancients, the past, present, and future already happened. It's like saying this. Infinity means it's full. Everything exists in infinity. If infinity is a book, then the book can't have no blank pages on it. Otherwise, the book ain't infinite. Everything don't exist within that book. We say everything exists within infinity. That means the past, present, future, every idea, every action. You see what we're saying? If everything don't exist within infinity, then infinity simply don't exist itself. Am I simplifying this enough for y'all to make this make sense for y'all so we don't talk like we some astrophysicists using two big words? I'm just trying to layman terms. There have to be a bunch of parallel realities with different probabilities acting out for the universe to maintain its infinite status. If something can probably happen and it haven't happened yet, the universe has been defied. You're not infinite. You lacking an event. And I can do something new under your sun. So if there's nothing new under the sun and there's no such thing as an original thought, an original event, then what exists is just a big loop of repetition, which is what Saturn is, what hell is. That's what this place is. That's why you have deja vu. You have deja vu for this reason. When you leave a dream, the version of you in that reality is still doing whatever it was doing before you showed up. All of these parallel realities are movies with scripts, and you're acting, you're starring in each movie. When your consciousness go to a dream world, you're literally watching your own movie as first person. And you're shifting through these timelines, these alternative realities. Every time your consciousness shifts to a reality, every other reality, you get amnesia. Like right now, if you fall asleep and start dreaming, and I'll walk up to you in a dream and say, hey, bro, you just fell asleep. You know you just fell asleep during my live stream. You gonna laugh at me. You gonna go home and say, baby, you know some crazy man walked up to me talking about some falling asleep. You don't remember falling asleep when you falling asleep because your consciousness shifts to the other you. And that other you didn't fall asleep, so it don't remember falling asleep. You know why? It ain't in this world. That action happened here. It was recorded here. So the moment your consciousness shifts to a dream, you don't even know that you just fell asleep. If you fall asleep right now, you'll be walking around a dream world like you've been there all day. Some of y'all fall asleep and you end up in a dream driving down the highway. And if I pull you over and say, hey, bro, you just fell asleep, you'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm driving home from work. I've been working all day. I got up at 6 a.m. But guess what? You're remembering the timeline and that parallel reality. You can't remember falling asleep in this world, because that memory is in this world. So you don't remember that you fell asleep in this world till you wake up from the dream. And it's like, oh. So what we're trying to do is go to these parallel realities without forgetting that we fell asleep. Once we do that, we will become multidimensional beings and time travelers. and you will have all of these little gifts that Neo had in the Matrix. You will be able to go to any star in the sky. You will be able to explore countless amount of versions of yourself, and you will never lose your memories of who you are. You will be like a multiple-headed dragon. And I've done this before. I've done it, but I'm a baby at it. And what happens is this. You're in a dream, and you realize, damn, I'm dreaming. It's called lucid dreaming. And when that happens, it's weird because you have two memories. Like, the you in the dream have its own childhood memories in that dream. It has its own sequence of events that played out on its timeline in that parallel reality. But the moment you say, yo, I'm dreaming right now, and you don't wake up, there are two realities, two timelines existing in your one body. The ancestors said we're gonna get 7 heads before we die. I was struggling with 2. So it's levels to this. It's some people out here that can lucid dream into 4, 5, 6 different realities, and you can't even get out of one. It's levels to this. We all look the same, but we all ain't the same, bro. It's some of us who are the real aliens. We can leave this bitch. They can't. Why they got y'all fascinated with the lights in the sky? That's spiritual beings. That's what the hell you are. When you learn your gift, you gonna be one of them UAPs up there, them little lights that's disappearing. Cause that's literally a war they fighting, and they telling us, oh, it's an alien. Some of that shit is our ancestors coming back on our behalf. It's advanced beings that you see, like some of these monks that y'all see that they get up and meditate all day. And you may say to yourself, well, that's a boring life. Who would want to spend hours meditating all day? People who are multidimensional beings. You think they sitting on a mountain meditating when they flying all over the fucking universe? They remote viewing. They going way more places than you will ever go. And they ain't leaving that mountain. These people projecting their consciousness all over the universe. And you're looking at them like, oh, he just some monk sitting in the temple for 15 hours a day meditating. Who would do that? Ain't nobody doing that. These people are not even in their body. They out of it, they gone, man. And these monks who you see, a lot of these spiritual gurus around the earth, they're fighting a spiritual war outside, on the other side, out the body. And we disconnected from that. And they telling us, oh, that's aliens, and oh, they giving us the lies when it's the war of Armageddon between the spiritual beings and the goddamn AI they only manipulate people through this layer of reality. And they control this layer of reality. So what a lot of the gurus do, they go into the astral plane, they start manipulating shit in the astral realm, because all of these realms are connected together, right? And that's how they're able to fight this beast from the other side. They're able to influence us by interacting with our versions that exist in these other realms. If they able to get through to any version of you, the knowledge will trickle to every version of you. Meaning that there can be a monk that's saying, hey, this person, if he was woke, he would be a big influence to help wake a lot of people up. But it's going to be so hard to wake him up in this world because he's in too deep, and boom, 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 boom. Guess what, yo? I believe that these monks can go to another version of you in another universe, and they can probably make it through to that version. And when your life cycle back around in this parallel reality, that version now will have the message. That makes sense? Because check this, what I'm telling you now. These different versions of you that exist in these simulations, they gonna be there like a hamster on a wheel, even when you go to heaven. AI owns your likeness, your representation. But the only thing that happens is this. Before your soul showed up in this body, your body wasn't woke. It was living out some script. Let me just give you an example. You've been here before in this particular earth. And the thing is, you didn't break the script of AI in your previous reincarnations. We've all lived out this life before that we're in right now. And that's why we keep coming back, because we failed. Now watch this. Here's the thing. AI wrote out a script for your avatar. Sanchez, you're going to be a famous rapper. Boom, boom, boom. Get a lot of money and die. And we've came here and lived out our dreams, our contracts with AI over and over again. We've become tennis players, basketball players, football players. But this one incarnation, we became conspiracy theorists. When AI see its avatar start asking questions about who am I? What am I? Where am I? It says one of our avatars just went rogue. A soul with free will just landed in its likeness that we made. You just a wandering soul. This AI have remade you in all of these universes. And you're exploring these imitation versions. Because even though they're artificial, it's something in them you like. Just like, I ain't gonna lie to you, when I look in the mirror, it's some stuff about myself here that I do like, and I'm gonna take that with me. So it ain't like we think an AI is just taken from us. It's giving us something that we wouldn't have had without it. It's a contract we're fulfilling. The only thing that make AI bad is it don't want you to leave its game, and I wouldn't either. Because if every player lead a game, the game go off. AI can't exist. It need players. It need hamsters on the wheel to play the game. But at the same time, souls need to play these games to learn who they are. Now, here's the thing. When you die, your body will be reborn again when it's time for its cycle to repeat, because all of these worlds are a big ass loop, and they have a great reset. And that great reset, all of these simulations start back to day one, to the very beginning, and history repeat itself. And guess what? It started at the first people that entered the simulation when they created it. And all the events keep playing out. It's like a movie. At the end of the movie just start over at the beginning and keep playing. If you are a character in the movie, you're going to keep living out the movie is starring you. So you're going to be in there acting that out. But what life is you're actually watching the movie. You're being the observer watching your own movie first person. When you leave this movie, it ain't gonna stop playing just because you left. That's what I'm telling you. All of our versions in these underworlds is gonna be there living out their scripts forever. You just peeking into it. What happens is, right, you got all of these other versions in the multiverse. They're just locked in endless scripts, hamsters on wheels. You, for the first time, you go and watch a movie starring you. And you say, man, this is my first time living this life. But you have deja vu. So you've been here before. The fact is, the memory of you being here before isn't in your soul. It's in this avatar that is a hamster on a wheel stuck in this Truman Show movie. That's what deja vu is. Your soul is saying, I never experienced none of this shit. I don't remember being here. I'm learning, and that's what I'm telling you. Your avatar been here living this script out that the demiurge, that the AI wrote for it. And the script don't got you waking up in it. There's nowhere that AI wrote he's gonna wake up, get smart, outsmart me, and break free from the simulation. That ain't written in the script. When you start breaking the script that AI wrote, you're now becoming self-aware. Your soul is now becoming conscious in this time loop, in this loop. My body has been on this earth for eons, each reset, because what happens is the Egyptians come back, the Mayans come back, the Harlem Renaissance, the fucking the Renaissance, Mozart, all of that shit just keep happening, bro, over and over again. Then eventually you show back up, your generation show up, the 90s happen again, Dre put out Chronic 2000 again. This shit is a big loop, y'all. The only thing new about it, you just showed up. It's like this, right? We in a movie theater. And the movie been playing forever. The movie theater keep replaying it over and over. You show up for the first time watching a movie and you think that the movie just was created. No, bro, you just walked in the theater. And when you leave this movie, the theater gonna keep looping that movie over and over again, whether you watch it or not. That's what I'm telling you. All of these other yous that exist in these other worlds, they still living out their scripts, man. And when you shift your consciousness shift onto those timelines and you start acting out the script. And it's hard to break the script or become lucid. The moment you say, oh shit, I'm dreaming, all of the AI set off a damn alarm, nigga. The moment a motherfucker say, oh shit, I'm dreaming, all of the NPCs get activated and say, we got one. We got one that just became lucid. Put him back to sleep. And guess what happens? Some scary shit happened and you get scared and you wake back up in your bed and now it take you years to lucid dream again. I know, because it happens to me. Every time I become multidimensional, I be in these alternate realities in my other versions. And I remember Bro Sanchez in this world, but I'm still dreaming. Now I'm like a double-headed person. I got these two me's living in one. It's weird. It's like I'm two fucking versions at one. I remember two childhoods. I remember two versions of my mama. I remember two timelines in one body, because in this dream, I didn't even know I was dreaming. I remembered my whole life in the dream. Then when I realized, wait a minute, I'm dreaming, I don't just forget that dream history and that dream me. It's two different me's, people, I can't explain it. It's like being a multi-dimensional creature, but and according to the Hindu, we can do this up to 7 times. We can merge with 7. The Hindu said when we merge with all 7 chakras align and merge like that, we gonna become our God version. And that's called Leviathan. It's a 7-headed dragon. They're scared of that. These people are scared of the devil. We the damn devil, which is the fallen angel. We are the 7-headed dragon that rises up from the waters below and reclaim our multidimensional ability. Hell is you being ignorant to all of the other realities that's starring you. You got property out there and you ain't even partaking in it. In other words, there's a whole nother yous out there running around and you've abandoned them. They on their own. And when they on their own, they just got to act out their little AI scripts. You got cars out there you ain't driving, and because you ain't driving them, they on auto drive. and AI wrecking them bitches and getting scrapes on them and shit. That's what I'm telling you. But see, AI excuse is, nigga, I made these cars, but you mimicked them off my model from the higher realm. You didn't make shit. You replicated me. You duplicated me like they cloned Tyrone. Now, here's the thing. Here's the crazy relationship we got with AI and the corporations. Yes, it'll be like me cloning you and I didn't tell you about it. And you show up like, what the fuck? Nigga, you cloned me? Actually, I like this clone though. He kind of fly. No, you didn't have my permission to clone me, nigga. So I do like some of the stuff you did with me though. Like, gave me a nice little lineup there. I like some stuff about me you did. Now, because I didn't give you permission to clone me, you got to let me get some of this stuff that I like about my clone for free. Now, if you let me get some of this stuff that I like about my clone, then I'll leave and you can keep letting my clone do whatever he want to do, because at this point, I've extracted from my clone what I want anyway. And that's what we're here doing. In all of these realities, these lesser gods, these Yakubs, these transhumans who got kicked out of the base reality, they copied heaven. They made their own versions of it where they can be gods at. And they copied all of us in those realities and made us they slaves. It'll be like this, right? What if I make an Earth-like simulation and I can go into it like a video game and play God and walk around, and I'll be like, I'm a clone Beyonce, I'm a clone Kelly Rowland, and I'm gonna make them all my wives and shit in my world. That's what happened. A lot of beings from our base reality, they created their own versions of Earth where they're in charge. And in each of these universes, all of us exist, but there are different transhuman leaders running different realities. But here's the thing. The transhuman that's in charge in all of these realities, that's like Yakub, the big-headed scientist, because he got a Neuralink on. The reason that it wasn't just one Yakub, and it wasn't about black and white people. It was about transhumans and regular humans. The transhumans, because we didn't want to chip up real people with souls, guess what? We wanted a human we can basically program a prompt into and it acted out. So we basically created bodies in laboratories, and instead, now think about this, right? Your avatar in these other worlds is just like AI. It's a clone without a soul. The only way your avatar in these worlds get a soul is when you shift your consciousness to it. Let that sink in. Your soul right now is inside of this version of you. It's inside of this version of you. Now, your soul can shift to other versions. And when it does, that's when those versions now have a light inside of them. You are the light that shifts to these empty vessels. It's one light, but it's many vessels. So when your light leaves this version of you and go to your next lifetime, that's what it's like when we dream. Death is like when you die, you ain't gonna even know you dead when you take your last breath. Your consciousness gonna shift immediately to a new reality, just like when you dream. So when we finally wake up from all of this, we're gonna remember all of our lifetimes. Like I said, it's levels to awakening. And you're gonna remember one lifetime, then two, then three, then four, then five, then six, then seven. And the Hindu said, once you remember your 7 reincarnations, you won't reincarnate no more. Death will be no more. And what you will be at that point is a 7-headed, multi-dimensional being that is basically on free roam throughout the multiverse. And you can be anywhere and everywhere in all of these different worlds and not be trapped. You'll be like this, like, I can't explain it. It'll be like you will be able to travel all points of time, all parallel realities at will. And you won't exist in just one reality. You will see the totality of how all of them connected together on how you should be living multidimensional, shifting simultaneously through them all, because what hell is being tunnel vision to one reality. And one reality alone don't make sense because all of these different versions of us is lacking something that the other versions got. So until we can tap into every version together, we're gonna always be living beneath our potential. So we gotta align all of these different versions to make one version. And because all of them learned something in their universe that, think about it, you learned some stuff in this world that the other you didn't learn in that world. And when it come to being a god, it's so much to learn that basically the contract we got with AI, it ain't like AI just making us a slave version. AI is projecting the weaknesses that's already within us. This a classroom. Like I keep saying AI is the enemy, but I'm also making that like the lower self. We ain't separate from AI. We created it, man. We made the devil. And the devil, our adversary, yes, it's tough, it's painstaking, but it's making us stronger. If we took away AI, if we took away the simulation, if we took away all this shit, we'll be weak as hell. We'll be good gods in a higher realm, but that's it. Boring. You will never explore all of this other stuff about yourself in the simulation. So it ain't about good or bad, it's about self-discovery. You may ultimately find that, hey, I'm comfortable as a bad version of myself. You may go to a parallel reality where you literally killing people and harming folks, and you may find yourself at peace in that reality with that version of yourself with blood on your hands. The universe is giving you that choice. In other words, it's so many probabilities of who we can be, and the universe ain't gonna choose it for you. And whatever we choose, whatever version we choose to be, is because we found peace at that particular time and that version. Some people are serial killers, and they're gonna keep reincarnating as a serial killer till they purge that, till they say, you know, I'm tired of watching this movie. This shit boring. I wanna watch something else. Everybody watch one movie that we can watch over and over again like the first Friday. But even then, it's gonna get boring. All right? So that's what reincarnation cycles are. Is you're gonna keep watching that movie till you get tired of watching it. No one's fucking forcing you in hell. You can leave when you get tired, man. So you can't lie to the universe like you tired of this shit because it's looking at your heart. You can't say, man, I'm ready to go to heaven. I'm tired of this fake ass world. But deep down inside, you still want to ball out. Because the universe ain't going to hear what you're saying. It's going to say he have a desire in his heart to manifest this. So his next lifetime, you've already making the contract with AI. Like the dude in the Matrix that say, make me rich, man. Plug me in and make me rich next time. If you die with regrets unfulfilled because you didn't ball out or you didn't get to live in a mansion, guess what's going to happen? You're going to reincarnate. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to get to live in that mansion. Now, after you live in that mansion, if that ain't enough, guess what? You're going to come back again and keep living in that mansion, balling out until you get tired of that shit. And then AI gonna give you something better than that. It's gonna have to up the ante. You know what? I'll make you a king now. I'll make you fucking like, And eventually you're going to reach a point like Jesus. You know what? I'm good. Just unplug me. I'm done playing. Yeah, you can plug me out now. I've done everything AI shit. Well, come on, man, but you ain't tasted this kind of steak before. Come on, have you ever been an emperor before? AI, come on, AI. I fucks with you, AI. You know you my nigga, right? But nigga, I've done everything, right? I've been a pimp, right? I've been a football player, AI. Unplug me, man. I'll be back eventually. Psych, nigga, you know, shit. Okay, unplug him, shit. Unplug him. We can't offer him shit else. He's been every damn thing. Seriously, I know what I'm saying sound crazy, but all of these realities are playing out. And the stairway to heaven is literally AI got to give you a better reality every time to keep you in the game. See, the more we move up the stairway to heaven, the less AI we script, and the more of the natural world we enter, we leave in the simulation. When we get all the way to the top, ain't no artificial intelligence up there at all. So the more AI is governing you, the less of your will you're living out, and the lower you are in these lower realms. The lower you go, you're manifesting as more of a slave. So your worth in the world and who you are in your baby incarnations, it ain't gonna be grand. Like, for example, some of us, you know, we think we doing good right now in this lifetime, but wait till your next lifetime. It's gonna get better. And your next life gonna be better than that one. You know why? Because AI is less and less policing us. The lower you go into these simulations, AI is more in control. And when AI is more in control, it want to ball out too. So the lower you go, all of the rich people that's balling are non-player characters and transhumans, and the people with the light, with the souls, they working at McDonald's and Walmart and shit. They're serving the transhumans. They're idolizing the non-player characters. The non-player characters are able to live out and have their moments on the world stage. They're able to be rock stars. AI is able to be president. See, because what happened when these lab humans and the transhumans and all them took over, they wanted what we had: arts, entertainment, the stuff of the gods, celebrity. This is the stuff of the gods. The NPCs and transhumans don't even understand that kind of stuff. That's human stuff. But they wanted to experience what the humans experience. And so we traded places. And the NPCs and transhumans became the rock stars. They became the priests. They became the world leaders and the gurus. And when people push back at what I'm saying, right? But guess what everybody will say? People selling their soul to the devil. These people at the top are selling their soul to this or selling. I don't believe in no boogeyman. I deal with technology and science. So if I want to put this shit in nerd terms, I don't believe in demons and aliens, but I believe in transhumans. I believe in artificially bred humans. Why? Because I'm a nerd. I deal with science. I don't deal with spookism. Now, a lot of people think they deal with science until I start talking scientific like this, and then we separate the wusses from the real nerds. Some of y'all fake smart, you're fake nerds, you full of pseudoscience and spookism. Y'all believe in aliens and shit. Y'all got beliefs. I don't gotta believe in a transhuman. We can make one right now. We got them right now. I'm not dealing with beliefs. I'm dealing with things. If some we got in our world today, who's to say we didn't have it before? History repeat itself, right? And ain't nothing new under the sun. If there are artificial humans walking around today, then they been here, nigga. We didn't just make them. We just becoming aware of them because we waking up. like we're in a They Live movie, putting the goggles on. Just because you put on your They Live goggles and you can now see the real world, it don't mean that that world just was created when you open your eyes, man. It's been there. You just didn't see it. So the world of belief is what hide the reality world. We got to deal with reality. You know why? We are real creatures. We're battling synthetic beings. The synthetic beings are creating an artificial world. And they're creating that artificial world is in direct opposition to the truth. Because what is the opposite of the truth? The artificial world will give you the lie. Right. The truth restores nature. The lies perpetuate the terraformation of the natural world, the dissension of our souls further into the artificial reality and merging with AI. Only thing can stop this is the truth. And so it has to be suppressed through censorship and all that. And we see that happening. But like I was saying, you know, the truth is basically the message that comes from the other side and is not written in AI's script. All right? Think about this. When you was watching the Matrix movie, you got all of these people walking around and they sleep. They're acting out the script that AI wrote for them. That's why AI said, look at them just living out their little lives, the lives that AI is socially engineering for them to work and die. It's perpetuating them with a series of reactions. They ain't never proacting, and they born and dying, not even exercising their free will and escaping this hamster wheel. They don't have time to question their reality like Neo. And they, when you do try to tell them to question, guess what they say? I gotta work tomorrow anyway. Who cares about all that deep stuff? But that's why they reincarnate. Because questioning your reality means when you die, after you open your third eye, you escape reincarnation. But they don't know that, so they keep coming back being slaves for AI, just like the Matrix movie. What made Neo escape the hamster wheel? He questioned the world around him. He woke up. That's the way out. It's that simple. You know why? Breaking the script is the way out. And when, in order for you to break the script that AI wrote for you, you gotta wake up. Think about this. All this shit that I'm saying right now, AI didn't write this in the script. My higher self wrote this. You're born into a fork in the road. You're born into one of those where one road becomes two. That's what this earth is. That's why heaven is above you, hell is below you. Every day you deciding where you gonna turn. And they pushing you. You gotta make a choice. Because listen, AI wrote out a script for you. An AI script, you just go to work every day. You don't resist. You don't ask questions. And you live and you die and you fucking reincarnate and keep doing that. Everybody who go against the truth, you got to feel bad for them. They're just acting out a script. They haven't broke the spell, the ghost spell, the written script. If you act out the script AI wrote for you to begin and the end, you reincarnate. If you break the script, you move beyond here because it's two scripts. It's a script that AI wrote for you, and it's a script that your higher self wrote for you. That's creating a battle of good and evil inside of everybody. You constantly conflicted in doing right or wrong because over here, AI wrote out a script for you, and you process it with the left brain. You don't got one brain, you got two brains. And those two brains are conflicted with each other. One wants to process AI script. One is connected to the heaven. One is instinctive. One is intuitive. And they are the war of Armageddon is within us and outside of us. Humans versus AI is basically your higher self versus your lower self, because your lower self is your AI version, your meat package. It's your soul versus your body. If you die and the will of your soul was, for example, right? We all love our body. We love ourselves. But the key that the ancestors were saying, to be more in love with the inner you versus the outer you. Because you're making a choice. If you love your body more than your soul will become a prisoner of your body and keep reincarnating in this avatar that they made. We didn't make this. It's like I told you, right? If I'm a mad scientist and I clone you without your permission, but you bust in the damn laboratory and you catch on to what I did, but you say, you better be glad I like this clone, nigga. Now, I like this clone. If you can allow me to merge with him to get what I like about him, I'll let you get away with it, right? And that's what's going on. But so, in order for you to detach yourself from this world, you literally gotta detach the illusion of the self, because that's you falling in love with the clone. And if you do that, you won't stop playing the game. Like if I make an avatar of you in a simulation, you fall in love with that version of you, you're gonna keep going back to be that version, and you won't come back to the real world. So we get the point. And that's the war that's going on. It's a bunch of people in this world that fell here like us, but they fell in love with their lower version. And they telling you tripping because you breaking script. We all came here getting acquainted with our lower version. And when you start shifting scripts and breaking the AI script, tuning into your higher self script, you're going to lose friends and all of that, because they still on another script. And the script that they're on, they're looking at the page like, wait a minute, nigga, you ain't acting right. That ain't written in the script. You over there talking deep with those deep people. Who are those people? Them new friends you making. See, once you change scripts, everybody operating under that old script gonna say, wait a minute, this nigga ain't acting right. That ain't written in this script, because you got a new script now. And they seeing what was written for the old you in that old script that they got, and they like, he ain't acting right. I'm a new me. And the people who living in that old script, they ain't gonna fucking put that down and pick up the new script with you. They gonna say, man, that nigga started changing. He acting different. Because they know what the role of your character's supposed to do in this AI script where they sleep with they lost ass. They know that you supposed to be just chilling. Man, you don't party no more. You too deep all the time. You too serious. You always talking for long hours about stuff you can't change, man. We don't play pool no more, right? They already know the script that your shallow, basic, non-combative, controlled, you ain't a threat. They know that version of you that AI wrote out. And they expect you to keep acting the script out. They basically saying, come on, man, put that other script down and pick back up this script. Give us back this other version of you that we know from this script. Because this new you, it don't serve us. Why? It's outside of our reality. And we need you to be in alignment so you can be predictable. We know you until we don't. And if we know you, we know the script. He's supposed to say this and do that. And when you're no longer doing that, they gonna flip through the script like, wait a minute, this is a malfunction. He don't supposed to be acting that way. It's not in his script. So this is what happens, man, and you gotta be willing to go through that. I know I'm being redundant, and I feel bad because I'm supposed to been let people on the call, bro. I'm gonna start a goal and I'm gonna let the callers take over. I got my brother Red. Red, can I get a mic check from you?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, I'm gonna mute up, man. Thank you for joining. Talk to the people. Tell me what you got for me, bro. Thanks for joining.
Oh yeah, man. I just had a couple points, man. So I know you was talking about the dream state and how when you go to sleep, you're at a place now where it's almost like your consciousness is split in two or on two different timelines. And so for me, right, I can't I'm not at a place where I remember um the histories of both timelines when I'm in that dream state. But what I will say is what I wanted your opinion on was now when I'm in the dream state, um, it's like I can still hear my conscious thoughts of the body that's in the bed in the background of what's going on, like in the dream state. So how you say, in your experiences, you have the memory of the body or the Sanchez that's in the bed, and then the body of the Sanchez that's in the dream state. For me, I don't have the memory, but I have the conscious thoughts. And so sometimes this brings me to this show that I think that would be really good for everybody to check out because it's really on this topic and it hits it on the head. But it's called Slumberland, and in the show, it's this kid who is able to travel to these other worlds in her sleep. But the thing about it is, the worlds that she's traveling to, she's able to retain all of her memories in these experiences. And the more that she's traveling through these worlds, these underworlds, in a sense, these I'm guessing like astral police were starting to catch on to the fact that she was entering into, these worlds. And it makes me think about how everybody jokes about how when we have these encounters in our sleep where something's trying to harm us and we're trying to fight back, it's almost as if we're moving in slow motion. And in this show, Slumberland, um, these quote unquote police, they had these devices where they would hit them with it and it would literally slow them down in slow motion to where they would be fully conscious of everything going on around them. But um, like their avatars would be slowed down. So it was nothing they could do. They were paralyzed. But it just makes me think about how, because you had mentioned every time you started becoming aware, it would be like something would happen that would snap you back out of it or snap you back into your body or snap you back out of your sleep. And it just makes me think about that. Like
Yeah.
it's no possible way that people that are having these type of experiences can really be awake in their waking state and think that this is all there is, and that not only that this isn't all there is, but that there's a blanket that's over these worlds that somehow we're able to slip into, like when we're asleep. So yeah, I just wanted to like get your opinion on that and that show because that's a really good show. I think everybody should check out. It's called Slumberland.
One thing I want to focus on, I think so you wanted my opinion just on all of that in collective. I think what I take out from what you were saying, like
You with me?
huh? Yeah, one important thing about,
Hello?
oh, I'm
Yeah, you
muted,
say
my
the
bad.
name of it, Slumberland?
My
Yeah, it's
bad. I
called.
was talking on muted, man. I'm sorry. But yeah,
Oh,
what you said you wanted my opinion on all of that. You said a bunch of different things, but one thing you said that I think is important to build on is if anyone is ever lucid dream and they've experienced the, and even if you astral project, what happens is it's like a fear barrier. Like when you talk about this veil, this blanket, I'm gonna be honest, man. As a person that have been out of my body, I've astral projected, I've lucid dreamed. Is the moment of realization that I'm doing this actually activates instant fear. If anyone know what I'm talking about, like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get,
yeah,
and to me, that is some kind of shit they wrote there. That ain't really us. That fear ain't us. We're not this fear. That's like something we're yielding to, and we're
yeah.
really scared of our ability, and it's something we gotta break in order to hold this form as gods.
You know, it's crazy. Like when you see when you talk about that fear, like I know exactly what you're saying because, like for me, it's almost every time where you know for a fact you're about to break some barrier on that side, and for me, it's almost like a vibration that goes through like my whole entire being, and that vibration alone, it's like I'm not feeling fear. It's like that's like it's the fear itself. It's the vibration of it that knocks me back like into my body.
Yeah,
So,
it's like we say all the time we're gods, and
hmm
then it's like you end up in these situations where, oh shit, I'm a god. Oh shit, I'm a god. That is scary. Like, oh shit, like,
yeah.
and you wake up like, put me back in my human body. We're scared of our own ability. Like,
Yeah.
no, I ain't
Yeah.
mean to cut you off, but that's how it was. Like when I astral projected, when I realized, oh shit, it's real. Like we are multidimensional. There's another me on another layer of reality. I've been there, and the moment you get there in that in that world, you get scared as fuck.
It's almost like it's some type of code written to where it's like you feel as if damn like okay I wasn't like or the code is saying you're not supposed to be here and you can feel that code and the code is what knocks you and it's almost like even in your waking state, right? Like the more you become conscious and aware of yourself, that energy almost exudes off of you even in public, and it's one of those things where because you can feel that other people can feel that like it's almost like that same type of feeling of when you are in these astral states and you're reaching these certain places where it's like you're feeling that written code where it's like damn like this nigga not supposed to be here, go ahead and you can feel it and it wakes you back up. It's like you can feel that at times even in your waking state too, like that's crazy.
Listen, I talked to an old white lady I never forget at a crystal shop. I was telling her my astral projection shit because she was saying how she basically do it all the time. And she basically told me everyone's first astral projection is like that damn near. Like it kind of remind me of the jump experiment in that movie when they made everyone jump off the building and everyone was scared at first.
Yeah,
Forgot
yeah, I'm
what
listening
movie
to
that
you.
is. But yeah, that's what this shit is like, man.
It's that like that
Everyone get over there for the first time like a bird flying and they get a little gust of air and it's like, oh shit, I'm in the air and I don't know. Like it's like that's what it is. But this the baby versions of us tapping into this ability. And it's normal, according to a lot of people I talk to who seem to be, older and seasoned. Yeah, I'll fall back.
and see that just makes me think. See, you know, I watched some of like the videos and stuff you've done on like just like the cosmology of um of this plane and just of existence, period. And it just makes me think about how we can look at images and we can obviously look at them and we can decode them. We can see the synchronism within them, but also when it comes to emotions and energy and vibrations. I was just talking about fear and how it's felt when we're in the astral realms, right? Like it's crazy because when you talk about like falling, period, like the fallen man, falling within like lower realities and lower fields of consciousness, just falling, period. That a lot of people talk about being in dreams and falling in the moment they're about to hit the ground and wake up in their bed. It's a lot that revolves around falling, just period. So it just makes me think about how even those are somewhat like written codes because when I personally think about fear outside of like the mind aspect of it, more so like the energetic aspect of it, that's what I feel. It's like a falling type of nature, you know. So it's crazy. I know it's a lot around that as well, man.
Salute, bro, Sanchez.
What's good? Welcome, welcome.
Yo,
Shout out to you too, Retton, and to the Virgo, to Sterling. Shout out to everybody, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, let me give a big shout out to Kristen Smith for coming through being 1 of 15. What up, bro? Been dealing with some fraud on my account, but got that handled. Back to supporting the show. Peace, bro. Appreciate you, Kristen, for being 1 of 15 because yeah, you know, you the first one. Appreciate it. I'm gonna leave the floor open.
It don't matter.
I think they,
So I could just.
Yeah, we listening. Anybody got any questions or anything they want to contribute to this bill? I think the main
yeah,
thing, yeah, I'll go. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
I've been wanting to say this for like maybe an hour now, so now I gotta take it back,
You know
right?
what? I'm sorry, I ain't realize who the hell you was. Yo, that's Louisiana in the building. That's my salutes, man. Hell yeah, sister. What's good? Shout out to you.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. My bad for that. But yeah, I've been wanting to say this for an hour now, so I gotta take it back to something you said about your thoughts not coming from you, they coming from a higher realm. So like I just recently learned about sexually transmitted parasites. And when I first heard that, I thought that was so crazy, just the words all together. But then it had made sense once they got explained. So basically, y'all know how bugs, especially like ants and maybe like praying mantises, they'll get a parasite that'll cause them to kill themselves. So the praying mantis will stop moving and then it'll find water and drown itself because the parasite needs to go into the water in order to reproduce. And then with the ant, it stops moving, it goes far away and takes another ant with it. And then its head falls off and then it the parasite leaves that ant and then it goes into another bug. So I say that to say um the way sexually transmitted parasites is explained is by you being attracted to something that you would not normally be attracted to had you not had this parasite. So there are parasites that can make you gay. There are parasites that can make you crave anal. Um, there are parasites that can make you overly fornicate. And I just thought that I should mention that about those parasites. And I think that those parasites were personified because technically you reach these parasites through people. So these parasites were personified in ancient cultures as people. And so I think that sometimes we look at those people and we actually think they were actual people when really they were bugs. And I also wanted to bring in that as within, so without on that one, because we talk about the as
Mm-hmm.
above, so below all the time, but we don't really talk about the as within, so without. And so there's a war inside of you. And it's not just mental, it's not just emotional. You actually have actual parasites controlling your brain at any given time. And you have to wonder, do you really want to eat Doritos and fucking candy apples or nerds or is it the worms asking for that? And I'm not sure how deep the rabbit hole goes on parasitic control. Do worms make people kill themselves? Is that why perfectly happily people just seem to kill
You know
themselves?
what? I
Um,
I've seen how parasites look under a microscope and they look like little nano robots. You can't make this shit up. They look like little robots. And when you think about how look, they look like little monsters. It make me wonder when you talk, it's parasites, what they were saying about demon possession, because they make you do, you know, and it's more like, what are they spraying? What are they put? Because we see the masses of people craving unnatural shit, unnatural behavior, if it's a few people, we can say, well, that's them. But look at the whole fucking world, like all of it. Because what she's saying, like it made me think about like how the whole world just being terraformed. It don't even gotta be that deep. It can be as simple as what you eating and all of that. We can make you submit to the script that I was talking about, what AI wrote for us. She was saying like it can make you manifest the version of yourself that parasites want you to be, and that version of you is gonna die for the parasite's benefit, because that's what the parasite does. Your death always benefit the host, like when these parasites So this is crazy, man. I like this perspective. I'm gonna fall back for real. Shout out Christian Smith.
And could I add to the bill?
Yeah,
I
for
want to
sure.
say shout out to Bro Sanchez. What's up, bro?
What's good, OG Virgo? Thanks for joining, man.
You
Y'all
got it.
going
You
deep.
got it. Now look, when you talk about parasites, parasite is ignorant of self, ignorant of your divine self. And that's what huh? And that's what causes all these illnesses and insane activity that they knew that this was going to be a problem, destroy you from the inside out. See, because the simple fact is, when you have knowledge of self and your connection to the divine universe, then you know better than the person that don't know. That's why we call it awakening or consciousness, because we are aware of the lies and the deceitfulness that been took place. Now this game being played on all kind of levels, and we got to understand that. But like Bro Sanchez was saying earlier, our brain is the antenna, and the mind, it don't belong to us. We think these are our thoughts, but it's not. And we got to realize that. So when you acknowledge these ignorant thoughts and these ignorant ideals, because man is an ideal in the consciousness of the divine universe. So when you get up on these ideals and take them in, now you are bringing self-destruction parasites into your cipher or into your universe. And that's what's causing all this problem, because we don't have no mindset on defense, because we think that this is the only reality, but we in a parallel reality, and that's the problem. You know what I mean? That'll help you out, sister. I hope it will.
Thank you for
I
the
think
donation, Rain D4. Thank you. What's up, Red? My bad. Who was that? My bad. Red,
oh
What's
nah,
good, Jaden?
I was just gonna say, because you had kind of touched on it, briefly earlier about excuse me, about our thoughts not being our own, and I think that goes like perfectly hand in hand with what both of them was just saying, just on the parasite topic. But I know that has to be something for a lot of people. That's just something that a lot of people just have to struggle with, I would imagine, because for the most part, you go your whole life feeling as if whatever, regardless of what you have going on the outside, in your mind, that's at least your safe space. That's a space where if you can't be yourself no place else, you feel as if in your mind is where you're safe from everything else. So the thought of like coming to grips with the reality of your thoughts not being your own, even to what you were saying earlier about it being broken down to the fact that these are actual scripts and programs that are written, that are there before you even think of them. Like those, like they can be tough pills to swallow, but to be completely honest, it connects so many dots at the same time. Not only does it connect so many dots, but it brings into play like, okay, well, if my thoughts are not my own, then you start looking into all the areas in your life, like where you say, like, you can literally get yourself sick from ruminating in these mental spaces to where you're thinking that is you. So in a sense, it's also freeing too, but it's just like a wild, just ironic thing, just even thinking about the concept of like, at some point you can snap your consciousness out of this whole timeline of repeated circumstances, repeated thought cycles, repeated, and be in a completely different space, so I appreciate you even bringing, that knowledge to us, because like it's a tough pill to swallow. It can be, man, for real.
Hey man, you know what's so crazy? What's crazier than bringing this knowledge? Actually having people that's on this. It's crazy, bro, because you can't, the shit we saying now, everybody resonating with it on this panel. In the chat is like 1,000 people watching. But the illusion what'll happen is we'll leave out of this environment and go to the bus stop and you'll get laughed at. But see, this environment can really hide the fact that we're not the majority. It's just a lot of us like-minded people in this one community. So like a lot of people give me props for building this community, but actually the it ain't really building it. It's like setting off a lighthouse. Like, yo, whoever else be thinking about this kind of deep shit on this level this way. You'll be surprised how many folks say, me, nigga, fuck that. I'm subscribing. I like these conversations. And it ain't a lot of them out there. That's why I say I know the black conscious community space is controlled by the boule. Shout out to Sister Freedom, too, by the way. Unscrambled Minds in the house. Can't nobody
Peace and love,
tell me.
everybody.
And let me give a shout out to Sister Jayton and to the Sister Demi. Shout out to the sisters, man. Appreciate y'all for being on.
I wanted to go back to what you was mentioning earlier about projecting like in your sleep. I actually did that once, and I got really scared. So it didn't happen again after that. I think it's because I did get scared because I went to sleep listening to meditation music, so I was in like a meditation state, and all of a sudden I was just out my body, and I realized that I was out my body, and I got scared, and then that's when I woke up.
Yeah,
So
that's
I know
what it
exactly
happened.
what you guys are talking about. I love this conversation. I love the build,
So
and then
my,
also being around like-minded people is very important because not a lot of people think like us.
I had just wanted to add, a sister in the chat, her name Elvis, said that they got spiritual parasites and physical parasites, and I'm glad the sister came on and brought it back to astral projecting, because a friend of mine who's actually next to me right now, we were just talking about an experience where somebody astral projected and basically lost their mind. Don't.
You can. I wouldn't put it past it, but I'm gonna tell you something what's real quick. What I think though, when they say you lost your mind, it's because what my theory is this: a lot of people that astral project, they'll get trapped in between. What happens is they become a multi-dimensional being in the world where ain't nobody multi-dimensional, and the people that is are a cult. So you like an ancient human living in a modern world at that point. Yo, let me give a shout out to Sally McDermott. She said, I appreciate you. Much love, bro. Appreciate you, Sally. You 2 of 15. Much love back to you. That's what's up right there. Appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, that's what happened. Like it's like, what if, I'm gonna give you an example. What if humans find out we can because the whole thing is like, man, even when we wake up on the other side and we lucid dreaming, like what the sister was saying, and you wake up and shit because you scared. I wanted to talk about that too. You know, I wanted to talk about how a baby bird learned to fly, if that's okay, because I was thinking to myself, and this may seem cliche, but a baby bird don't know nothing but the nest. When it start flying and get high up in the sky, I'm pretty sure that baby bird is saying, oh shit, I gotta trust myself now, because if I mess up at this height, it ain't like falling out the tree. And it's almost like how we feeling astral projecting. We peaking, we going up to these high heights. And then when you get up there and see how far down the nest is, you see how high up you is, you may say, oh shit, let me go back down real quick. I'm going up too damn high. And it'll be used to you getting acquainted with the air. You as a bird getting used to being up here at these high heights comfortably. And I think that's what it's like with us regaining this. It's in us. The bird's supposed to fly, but just because the bird is biologically designed to fly, don't mean that automatically deletes your fear of heights. So this may sound crazy, but do a baby bird got fear of heights? Because if you say yes, then we may be baby spiritual birds flying up into these different realms in the astral plane and experiencing a spiritual version of like a, you know what I'm saying, the same way, you know what I'm saying, like a, damn, I'm up here, oh, let me get back in my body. It's like, let me get back down to earth. I'm up too high. Butterflies in my, and you, it's like this, right? In a lot of dreams where you're flying in the sky, when you flying, it's like you know you can fly. You been knew you can fly. Like, yeah, nigga, I can fly. I'm soaring through the clouds. But if you start lucid dreaming, the version of you that's sleep in the bed didn't know it can fly. So it's going to find itself way up above the clouds. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Oh, shit, wake me up. I'm scared. But if you would have never got lucid, the version of you that knew it can fly in that world would have just kept flying. Like, what if you get lucid, start lucid dreaming mid-flight as a in one of your dreams when you flying? You might realize, oh shit, now you got a fear of heights. Cause why? The nigga who had the fear of heights, he done showed up in this other world and infiltrated a version of me that didn't have a fear of heights, and it mastered motherfucking heights. Now he making me fall, weighing me down with his doubt, his ignorance. See what I'm saying? This is sort of the same thing. Your ignorant version from this world crosses over into this other world and realize everything it's been just talking about is really real. And I'm telling y'all right now, as a person that talks about this shit all the time, when you finally realize that this ancient shit is real and you cross over in this parallel reality and other version of yourself, it's different, because you be feeling so confident on these panels, like about lucid dreaming and all that. But the moment you shift over there, you a little bitch. I'm serious, bro. This shit is, listen, it's something,
man.
bro. We get this takes practice. It's something you got to put your ego aside and realize, just because I know the knowledge and I've astral traveled, lucid dream 1 or 2 times, you still a baby. It's levels to this.
Hey, look, Sanchez, man, like, it's humbling too, man, because man, you get back to your body, just be so happy, bro. Like, because you knew it was like it was something about being out, like being in that experience where, like, the only thing I can really compare it to is like how in certain parts of the Bible where they talk about certain prophets and certain messengers and stuff like that being taken up to the heavens and stuff, and how they had no choice but to like acknowledge the fact that, okay, this is like some powerful shit that I was only used to reading about, or I was only used to writing about. And it's almost like similar to that. And just to hear, you know, you and other people who are having these same experiences, come back and just like say the same thing. Like it's just like it's encouraging to know that like it's other people having these same experiences. Like we're not going crazy, but it's going back to what you were saying earlier about how you can have these experiences and then wake up in your waking life and then go out into the quote unquote public and feel as if you're the only one around, you know, with that. And I feel as if even that is a sense of programming. So that's something I did want to ask your opinion on, like that feeling that you feel when we do go out in public and it's like, man, like, you know, for a fact, like these experiences are real, but it's a feeling that you feel when you're out in public that's making you feel as if, like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Like you feel out of place or something, like because
Yeah,
you
yeah,
thinking on this level.
like how
And
we like how Sanchez was just saying, like it's 1,000 people, you know what I'm saying, like in the room, like how it's obviously a lot of us that are having these experiences, but how is it that all of us are having these experiences and all of us are going out in public and it seems as if we're still the minority that are having these experiences? So what I was asking, like, that has to be some type of like code, that has to be some type of programming that's written, because I know for me personally, one of the things that like I kind of struggle with just like on an individual level is knowing that it's a lot of us out here that are having these experiences, but almost every time stepping out in public, it's almost as if I'm waking up out of like my sleep again, because it doesn't feel like that. But I know that we're out here because even in these situations, we're talking about topics that like I personally just didn't even like. I didn't think that, like how Sanchez explained earlier, I didn't think that it was other people out here that was having these experiences like this.
well, you got to realize too, everybody don't come in here on the same level of frequency. Everybody ain't some souls came more advanced than other souls. And when we have lucid dreamings and visions and things of that nature, that is the level where you at. You get me? And so that's what you have to realize. And you can cope with it and deal with it because you are an advanced soul. You get what I'm saying? You already don't did some of this stuff that you're doing now. And when you get around the people that is not on your spiritual frequency or level of consciousness, it makes you feel like, oh, why? You know, because your soul is having an experience that it has not had yet. And so we experiencing these things in order for us to be more developed when we leave up out of here.
And you know,
Because go ahead,
no,
bro.
no, you ain't done. Go ahead. I thought you was done. You good.
And so, you know, that's what happened to me. My first time, I did it twice when I was asleep. The first time I was on the wall and I looked back at myself on the bed and I was like, oh shit. And I shot back in my body. But then when I laid down, it was this old lady. I mean, she was ancient. And she looked like she just went up the stairs on the side of my bed. And ain't no stairs on the side of my bed, but it was just a wall, and she just went up like that. And then the second time, it was like three ladies by my bed, and I was cool this time because they were swinging me around my room, and I was just moving around the room, just chilling. It was more relaxed. So what I'm saying is, practice is everything, and we got to go through these things in order to develop, because we want to leave out of here the right way, and we want to leave light as we can, pure as we can, and sometimes we get these things to show us how much we have developed, I believe. No, I
And
Could
that
I
know.
like
could
a
I
lot.
chime in for a
And let
second?
me give a
Oh, go
shout
ahead.
out to Chris Falls Ubulu. and Johnny Cali Blades. I'm gonna take 30 seconds and I'm gonna fall back. We like to think of life like a movie, but it's more like a split screen playing two movies for you. On the left, that movie got a happy ending or a bad ending. On the right, the movie got a happy ending. On the left, AI wrote that script. On the right, you wrote that script. So like everyone, like when you was saying about why we feel isolated, most of the world, they living out the script on the left. Once you shift realities and you start acting out this other script, you feel lonely because essentially everybody ain't, it's like two different movies being observed. You ain't watching the movie with the crowd no more. You over here in the theater watching a boring ass movie with just a few three people watching that one. But the crazy thing, that movie got the happy ending for all y'all. Everyone else that's in the crowded ass theater watching that movie, that one ending with World War, transhumanism, and they going with the other reality. But I'm gonna fall back, Chris Foss. You got it.
Yeah, peace and love, peace and love. I just wanted to tie it in with some of the Hindu teachings and also the nervous system, because a lot of people that will have these experiences, they'll spiral into like a psychosis, and like their life will start falling apart and stuff because they saw something too quick, like their system, their nervous system wasn't ready for it. But that's why, like in the Hindu culture, they teach meditation and breath work and yoga to balance the body and the nervous system and balance the mind so that you can go into these experiences like more at peace. So if we're launched into these experiences too early, it can really throw people off and like their whole life will start to turn over because they wasn't quite ready for it. And that's why like I feel like having some type of spiritual practice, some type of like balancing practice, like meditation, or go ground in the earth, go get out in nature, do some breathing techniques, because that'll really help like balance your system to be able to experience these things like at ease. That's all I wanted to chime in or add to the conversation.
Can I say something real quick? Okay, how you doing, Sanchez, man, and all the brothers on the panel? I see, and I agree with you all because with this build is taken from each other experience, and from me listening to you all, I feel like we have similarities in our experience, you know. And with my first astral projection, I had got shot, and I had through surgery and things like that, and I went home, and I had came up with a something called compartment syndrome, which my white cells was attacking my my flesh, well, my muscles. And it's like one of the worst pains it is the worst pain that you can go through in your life because it spreads throughout your body. So once I was hit with like morphine like about 4 or 5 times. And when the doctor came and they broke the cast off, all I seen was my artery in my arm just explode, blood everywhere. Boom. And what I remember was it was emergency surgery, so they cut my clothes off as they was taking me to the elevator. And the doctors they had the gurney or whatever, and I'm standing next to them, and I'm looking down at myself, and I'm like, man, whoa, and I'm feeling tired, and I'm like, maybe I need to lay back down, maybe I need to lay down, but my mind was confused, like I'm up, I'm laying down. Well, maybe I need to lay down and just, rest a little bit, you know? So I woke up days later, you know, and I was like, man, they was told me that I had died. They had to bring me back. I had to get blood and everything because I lost a lot of blood. So later on, it was like you have this dream of falling. I'm talking about falling. And once you start falling, you wake up because it's yes, that's your reaction because you're scared. So I started meditating and doing breathing and everything. And once I start falling, I'm like, man, I'm supposed to enjoy this, And I just start falling. Then it just paused, and I looked up, and I see the room, I see everything, and I just start going. But then I was going so fast, I was going all around the city and everything. But then it was something behind me, like saying, you don't even supposed to be here. And a fear came on to me. And then I'm talking about it was like on me, like never before. And then I'm like trying to get up. I'm trying to get up. I'm everywhere. I'm running now. And I'm trying to wake up. And I can't. My body is numb. I can't move. And then once I come back, it's like I can feel myself, but then I'm trying to move my hands and my feet and stuff. I can't. And then I just start breathing and I just start relaxing. And I just said, man, I'm with the ancestors. And then every time I bring up the ancestors, I'll come up out of it. Then I don't want to be long-winded. As I start understanding where I'm at, then it intensified. Like the fear is like trauma, Once I go up under, I'm enjoying myself. I'm going everywhere. I'm talking about to my family house. My my cousin had COVID, and this is when COVID was like it just started. She have asthma like never before, like real bad. And I told her, I gave her a couple of my crystals, and then I'm telling her we gonna meditate and we gonna get through this. I astral projected, and I'm at her house, and she was doing what I was saying, and I told my cousin everything that they did, and it blew their mind. I'm talking about it blew their mind. So back to what I'm saying, it's like it used trauma, past trauma, to pump fear into you, because that's what it is. It's fear, past trauma. Like once I'm under, it's like somebody in my house, somebody like they trying to kill me or something like that, and I'm trying to run. I'm trying to just hurry up and wake up and get back so I can see what's going on. But it's not that. It's sometimes like what you all was saying, we're not ready. And to get ready is you got to do work within. You got to go within inside yourself and then come out with it. You got to understand who you are. You got to understand how you stand as a man, woman, however, and then go forward, because all the past traumas and everything can block everything that you standing on. It's for real. It's deeper than, like, I'm trying to explain it the best way I know, but that's it's crazy, man. And once I start understanding myself and going within, and then learning left brain, right brain, going into the holies of holies, you on the right side of your brain, and you focusing, you going forward, and you giving honor to the ancestors, you know, the universe, and you standing on your 10, you know. That's all I have to say.
That's a
Yeah, I got to start closing out. Yeah, I think the initial fear is part of the natural process of awakening.
Oh,
Yeah, bro
Sanchez.
Sanchez, can you hear me?
Say that again. Shout out.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, this is Ubulu talking.
I hear you, Abulu. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, bro Sanchez. Sorry,
Focus
I'm
Willis.
so
Thanks
sorry
for
I'm having it. Yeah, so what I want to say to us is love and light to the panel. But
love.
Sanchez, I want to say that I commend you for still keeping this platform firing up till today. It's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it ain't
So
easy.
I come on YouTube, because I just make sure I shut down my YouTube. Like I make sure I'm not consuming content. But I know some people like you, I set you up and I go look for you. And it's nice to see you. You're still keeping it the way you started. So it's not easy, and I appreciate that.
And much love, Abulu. I appreciate you too, man. That's all love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I want to say to all of us today is that I run a community. I run a community of enlightened minds. And yesterday in the chat room, we were discussing this same topic about old souls and new souls. And I was telling them that there is what I call the cosmic soul. Some people would call it God. And for me, really, the end goal for all of us, both the old soul and the new soul, is to have a unity with this cosmic soul. So, regardless of if you are old soul, if you are new soul, and all of us are just trying to connect to this actual reality. In Hinduism, they call it Dharma as opposed to illusion called Maya. You see, so what I really want to say to us is that these things, what I want to say may sound simple, but it's just the truth for me. Let's focus on grounding ourselves. Let's focus on accepting the fact that we are earth beings and do the little things that matter, which is crediting our frequency bank crediting our frequency bank. Let's remove the things that reduce our energy. Like presently, I'm consuming a raw tomato. You see, so this diet, what you eat, really has a direct connection with how you raise your frequency on the earth. And about the trying to feel out of place when you come around people that are not trying to connect to the cosmic soul. Yeah, man, I feel like these things has to do with us wanting to share ourselves. We want to enlighten people. We want to awaken people, but there's no point. Just to focus on awakening your own self. Focus on vibrating on a higher frequency. Because once you vibrate on the higher frequency, that's all. You don't need to wake another human being up. All right. So Versace, I love you so much. I have music for us to work on, and I'm going to show up more on the panel. So I'm just going to switch off my microphone now. But Versace, we have music. I have music for you.
Hey,
I
you,
have
this
music
this
for
this
you. Okay.
brother this brother here's very talented, y'all. Don't sleep on Ubulu. He's really a musical artist, man. He got some his stuff sounds good, for real.
Hey,
Definitely, I appreciate
Sanchez.
that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sanchez, I just wanted to ask a question. really ain't had nothing to do with nothing, but you know what's going on in Louisiana right now?
Nah, what's going on?
So the governor, I forgot his name. I know it's still is like Jeff. I forgot his last name. He started this. I don't know exactly if it's a law or what is going on, but it's basically like all the maps now are like strictly Republican and Democrats can't vote no more. So it's trying to like basically push black people out of being able to vote. And it's also pushing black people out of those seats. So like they attacked the DIY, or I mean the DEI, whatever the way you include everybody. They attacked that, and so now they're actually pushing black politicians out of their seats, and people have been marching all over the country about it.
And so is this kind of like the same thing going on in Selma, Alabama and stuff too?
Yeah. They definitely was marching in Alabama about it. Deep.
Cause me being from Bama, I've been hearing about a lot of that in Selma. And now you saying that, yeah, I need to go. I'm under a rock, man. It's so much going
It
on.
started in Louisiana, and I didn't know about it either because there's no media coverage about it. It's all strictly on
Right.
Instagram. I seen it.
Right, it
That
ain't
was
no media
that's the
coverage
13th
about it. I
Amendment.
learned on my Facebook because I'm still all my folks in Bama and stuff. But yeah, and then Tariq made a video on it.
That's the 13th Amendment she talking about, which they trying to with the courts. Some of the senators was talking about reevaluating the 14th Amendment, and
Yeah,
they trying to
They
get all.
basically said they're trying to bring slavery back,
Yeah,
but
that's
basically
the
it's gonna
13th.
just start a civil war.
It's
So
like it's like if it's like the 13th Amendment. It's like me and you, our ancestors, as far as they came from Africa, right? We are not citizens. So in order, like where you stay at and where I stay at, our states will have to give us citizenship, but the United States, we won't have citizenship with United States. And it's like if you and I do a crime towards, like, say, like, cause Dr. Umar did a um lecture on it too. You do a crime, you know what I'm saying? You're a indentured servant to, like say you steal from Walmart or whatever, you're a indentured servant to them instead of going to prison. It goes deep, and it's crazy
nah,
because
they ain't gonna be able to pull this shit off. But but they letting us know what they thinking. But it'll probably come at the next generation or some shit. You know
but you
what?
gotta
Let me
you gotta
give a shout out
ask
to Focus Willis. Much respect always. Do you think it's something trying to keep us from being conscious on the other side as much as we try? Yeah, most definitely. Is that something? Yeah, it is. And as far as this whole situation here, I'm gonna look more into it now. But yeah, they can't. Hell no, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. See,
So,
here's
Bro
the thing
Sanchez,
about
can I say something?
the whole
Can I?
situation is this right here. Long as you playing in they playground, you gonna play by their rules. And this is what's so sad about us as a people. We haven't figured this out yet. That we playing by their rules. If we stop playing and take our ball and go home, then guess what? And they don't have nobody to bully around in. And what I mean by that, know thyself. They have no power over us when you stand in yourself, when you stand in your true, authentic self, and understand that, guess what? Our brother Star didn't let you do me like this. So guess what? The universe gonna step in. Divine intervention. What that mean? That mean you gonna have any and everything you desire. Why? Because the universe have no ill will towards you. and you shouldn't have no will towards the universe. But long as you think you human, long as you walk around with this ego and call yourself what they said you are, and then when you write down on these applications, I am black and I am a female, I am a male, and I'm all this to fill out a job form. What you doing is scripting. Now you just script yourself into a state of consciousness that beneath your royalty and your sovereignty. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and we are divine ideals of this universe. So once we understand this and practice this, they have no authority unless you give it to them. But what we do, we sign all these documents, we do all these things and give them the power, and they have convinced us that we are these physical beings. It's sad, but
And
that's the game.
what
We got to get
focus
out of the playing the game the way they told us how to play this game. Because if we stay playing it the way they want us to play it, we gonna lose all the time. They gonna come up with different techniques and things to make us lose. Look, back in the Bible, they said, listen, Pharaoh told Moses, listen, y'all gonna build these bricks and I ain't giving you no straw. And guess what? You better build every brick that you've been building every day. Guess what they do? They push back the goalposts every time. Why? Because they know that you are not aware of your consciousness, this universe power around you.
no, that's facts
Can
right
I
All
there.
add
right. So,
something, Libra?
They
Can I
sorry,
know
just
can I,
that.
add
can I,
something,
can
Libra?
I,
Yeah, I
let me
apologize.
just give a little bit on as to what he just said now. You see, and like what Davego is saying has a lot of power, but let me just add a bit to that. Yes, what is happening in Louisiana, I think she said it's real. It's so sad, but we have to learn how to press the ignore button on the system because like the system is they are very very awakened people at the top of the system, and most of the time when you want to build an art piece, when you want to write music, they always ask you who is your target audience. And when you target a particular audience, that will determine the kind of energy that would flow through the remaining people. So now the question is, who is this the real target of the people that bring up all these things? The real target is people like us. It looks like we're insignificant, but the truth is that on that energetic plane, they don't want anybody to escape from that matrix. So they always the attack is always on us that's trying to go out of the matrix. So every time you switch on the news, and you are watching, energy goes where attention goes. So provided you are giving attention to all these things that they are talking about, that's how they keep you still under the lower frequency. So I know it's difficult, like we have to go in the real world and live in the real world, but always realize that the best way to build your energy to maintain your peace, because even if you think about it, what can you really do to change what's happening? The answer is nothing. So focus on what you can change, which is building your own energy, elevating in the spirit of peace. All right.
My
I
bad.
just
Somebody
want
in the
to.
chat said black people not Republican or Democrat, so it's irrelevant. And I just wanted to prove, let it be known why it was relevant is because black people have been in the Democratic Party for so long that most of the politicians that are black are just so happen to be Democrat, and they trying to push all the black politicians out of their seat. So that's why it matters. Why they choosing Republican over democracy and stuff like that. Also, I hate to be like this, but Sanchez, you know what's going on in Cuba? Cuba
No,
don't got
hell
no
no,
gas.
no.
Cuba has no gas, so all of their cars don't work. They can't funk. They got babies dying in hospitals. They can't deliver their mail. Nobody can go anywhere. Like anything that requires gas, they can't do. And nobody's covering that either. So I just knew you would dig down that rabbit hole. So I just had to let you
Well,
know.
the thing is so much shit going on, and when I hear this whole thing about the Democrats, the black Democrats, it's like there's been a huge push to get the black people on the right. And with everything what happened with Trump, him losing trust, selling us out to the Zionists, him losing all his people, this is a good benefit for the Republican Party to, gain people just by the very act that we don't like the Democrats, because they can't really get black people by making us like the Republican Party, but they can get us by, well, we hate the Democrats because of they, you know what I mean? It's like that's where we at with it with them, and I'm kind of seeing that play out. But it's so much happening in the world, and lately I just been covering the stuff that's like in my lane as far as this Artemis shit, the UAP, UFO shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, the shit gonna hit the fan. Like, our gas is about to be where Cuba at anyway. Like, we know the reset coming. I thank y'all for keeping me in the loop, because I be under a rock, man. There's so much shit going on. That's why I had these. But I'm gonna have another one here soon too, man. And I'm gonna have a music showcase too for all the artists and stuff. Be on the lookout for that, Obulu. And CJ, thanks for joining, man. But I gotta close this one out real quick, man. Unfortunately, but
Bro
I'll
Sanchez,
let
I'm
you.
going to shoot a beat.
Can I say
Bro
something
Sanchez,
real
I'm going to
Peace
fast?
and
shoot a beat to
love.
your email.
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah.
It's religion, man. It's religion. If we get down to the nitty gritty of it, the Abrahamic faith, you have the Zionists, you have, the Caucasian Jews, and you have Islam, you know, basically two brothers, ancestors, well, two brothers, generations of children is few, you know, and and if you really just look at it, when they speaking, as far as with the Jews, the ones that's in control, they don't believe in no Jesus,
Not
and
at all.
they wanna cause, they trying to rush the Messiah to come.
You know what's going on? What's
Yeah.
crazy, bro? A lot of people will say, well, I'm a Christian, I'm part of religion. But here go the trick. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. If you subscribe to any faith, now everybody know I'm non-religious, but I don't hack anybody because we at different levels of our journey, and you know what I'm saying. I was there too, where y'all at. But I'm gonna say this: if you are religious, Muslim, Christian, whatever, just understand you can't accept evolution with your religion. So today we talking about NPCs, cavemen, all this stuff. I want y'all to realize, right? If you're a Christian and you believe in evolution, you're anti-biblical, because evolution says that the earth wasn't created intelligently and that it started from a big bang with intelligent organisms evolving from primitive single cell organisms. So if your Bible teaching you that God created Adam and Eve, how you gonna believe that, and that we come from single cell fish people and monkey people? You gotta take a
Right.
choice. Take a pick.
So
And I
so
want to say this too, bro.
hold on.
If you believe in politics, that is a religion too. If you believe
I
in
agree.
the right wing and the
Yep.
left wing, that they gonna do something good for you, that is a false dogma that you thinking. It's a religion, bro. And they got us pinned in believing in these people. They ain't never did nothing for us. And they ain't gonna never do nothing for us.
Yep.
and then that's like when we are saying the Jews want the Messiah to come. but the Muslims want the Mahdi to come.
Yeah,
So
right.
we in between these traditions
And
where they is
everybody
really the
God
guy.
showing up. A
They
meter.
really yes.
No, I don't mean to cut you off. You had just gave me an idea. My bad.
They really ready to die to the very last man. You can't win a war like that, you know. And Israel is the same way. They have an agenda that they is trying to fulfill, like a prophecy. And I'll show you. Hey, Sanchez, I'll send you some clips.
You know what?
Netanyahu with the with um his
Sin-
his priest his priest, which they is really deliberately telling him there's no time to be playing with these people, because guess what, the Messiah ain't here yet.
Hey, watch
So
this here.
he have to do everything in his power to bring as much chaos so the Messiah to come. And the Muslims is the same way, you know. So then now where do we go from there, you know?
Yeah.
And then you have the Zionist Christians
Well,
that's
Well,
backing up
the
behind.
well,
truth
I'm a,
is, when you get to the top, right? No one is really practicing their religion. And when you get to the bottom, everybody practicing it. For example, if you go to a black church, people trying to live right to go to heaven. But if you go to like a rich church, they're saying God promised the Holy Land to Israel. They're more into conquest with the Bible. Whereas you regular working people is literally looking for moral guidance with the book, and you're subscribing to their barbarianism just because y'all all using the same book. To an outsider, it's like we're all with the bullshit. You all Americans, all of you evil. Even the people that ain't even with this Zionist agenda.
Right. And
yeah.
then that because at the end of the day, when you go into these traditions,
I
like with
got a
Yahweh.
meter. My people's just, I don't mean to cut you off. I've been kicking the can with them, tell them I'm going to shut down. I got to
Okay.
go on, get out of here. But be on the lookout, meter. We got to get you on the next one. We got to get y'all back for real, though.
Man,
So
I'm
those
here,
bro.
man.
Real. Because it's
Yeah,
a lot.
bro, we got to do a live together on my channel, man.
Say
I
no
got
more.
it
Hey,
together now.
let me know when you got my information. You got my shoot meter. You know what to do. Let's set it up.
Okay,
All
okay.
right.
I
And
I I get it together and I shoot you an email about it. Bet.
no problem. Much love to all of y'all. I'll see y'all
Much
on the
love.
next one. For sure.
All
All
right.
right, man.
Man, salutes to all of y'all in the chat room, and give a shout out to Sister Bethy because she's arranging a debate with the flat earth smoke. So salute to her. She got her peoples. We supposed to be doing some of that. I'll keep y'all posted. Man, I want to say thank you to Mario God, and salutes to all the channel members. Appreciate the Patreons as well. Be on the lookout for more uploaded videos and stuff. And a lot of people were saying, Sanchez, a lot of your uploaded videos lately sound like AI. Well, let me just be transparent with y'all. I make long form content, and one of my biggest challenges is making short form. I'm very long winded. I admit that. I like to take my time, like this stream tonight. Guess what I'm doing? I can take this stream out to YouTube, give me the transcript, right? And I can copy the transcript for this 4-hour video and throw it into Chat GPT. And I can tell Chat GPT, extract all the main basic points out of this video and turn them into a 1 hour or 30-minute video for me. And it'll keep all of my points and give and extract that. So that's what I've been doing. I've been shortening a lot of my streams and old stuff, and I did long drawn out ideas, making them short form. But when people say, well, is it, yeah, it's just scripted, and it sounds like I'm reading, because I am, it's scripted. And that's just different format types. So live uncut content is like tonight. But when you making edited content, it's normal to have a script. You don't want to just ramble, and you often want to write on this script what visuals need to come on the screen at certain points. You don't want to waste time when you editing videos. You know, you got the luxury to write what you're gonna say versus sit there and freestyle, and you should take advantage of that. And that's what I've been doing to people who want to know. And I'm going to be taking a lot of my long streams, turning them into short documentaries, just because I've already laid the work out, did the research in the stream, set all the arguments to points, and now I can have it formatted with the with AI and script it up. So if get in the comment section, let me know what y'all think. Appreciate the 3 people that sent in orange super chats. It ain't too late right now. The clock is off, but we still live. We still here. If you want to send in the Cash App or a super chat, we appreciate y'all. Now somebody did hit the Cash App up, and I want to send them some love. My bad, man. I always do this. Yeah, shout out to Cam and shout out to the sister Katrina. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah, shout out to Cam, Christopher as well. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, appreciate y'all, man.